let's do this. 2.3 million people have watched these videos. That's crazy. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we're going to recreate another artwork by another one or two of my favorite artists of all time. Today we are going to be looking at the artwork of Yoko Ono and John Lennon. And I got a lot to say about both of these artists. Some stuff which might be very surprising to some people, because let me just give you a little bit of a hint. I would argue that Yoko Ono might be one of the most important artists in 20th century art, and perhaps had a greater significance on pop culture than John Lennon and the Beatles themselves. So stick around. I can already see the keyboard warriors coming up with some stuff there, but we'll talk about that when we get to talking about her biography. We're going to spend most of our time talking about her biography. I don't think John Lennon needs any extra help for people to know who he was, but Yoko Ono is one of those persons who I think has been wildly misunderstood over the decades. So let's look at the plan for today's episode. We're going to get an image onto the canvas. I'm going to show you how to do that. Then we're going to stain it with some color. Then we're going to talk about Yoko Ono and John Lennon and their time together, as well as actually, I'm going to be doing a few slightly different. Now that I'm looking at this, we're going to be going in a slightly different direction than I think we normally do, because of the way I want to get this painting done. And I might even do a second version that might be just a little bit more colorful, just so that you can see the possibilities of this. Mostly what we're going to be doing is doing a tape, using lots of tape to get some hard edge lines. And if you're looking for another example of a painting we did pretty much at the exact same time last year, we did this artwork of Robert Indiana, his famous Love image. And that, I think, is in box... what folder? It was like 105, Dropbox folder 105, since people were asking about Dropbox folders. And so we're going to be doing something similar here. I would say that today's image is a little bit more complicated just because there's going to be more cuts that need to be done. But we're going to do it, and we're going to have fun doing it. So maybe just before we head into the episode, just a reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. 70% of the people who watch these videos are not subscribers. So currently there's 30,000 subscribers. If that other 70% of people who watch the video subscribed, I would pass the 100,000 subscriber mark. That would be a big deal for me personally, but also for the channel, and help to reach more people. And as I always say, the more people who are making art, I think the more beautiful and peaceful of a planet we would have. And I'm sure Yoko Ono would agree with that as well. If you want to support the channel with a small donation through PayPal or the Super Chat while we're here live, as Senga did earlier, I thank you so much, Senga, for that. Or you want to send in an e-transfer or a check in the mail, contact me through my email address. All of those links are down below. My email's on my website and the Facebook page. And if you haven't joined the Facebook page already, it's an incredible community. Over 1,000 people grew organically out of these episodes, out of a suggestion in the chat. So I would love to hear what you have to say. Say something in the chat, whether we're live or in the comments after the video aired. Positive or negative, I read them all, and I love reading what you guys have to say. So let's see, where should we begin? So let's begin as we normally do, and I'll just show you where. Okay, so typically this is where we begin. We begin with the image transfer, and I'll show you where you can find the image in order to help you kind of get this project started. Oh, here's the Facebook group. Every time I do an episode, I write usually sometimes a very lengthy little biography about the artists, and so this has some information about mostly Yoko Ono's biography, as I said. And so subscribe to that. In terms of finding the outline for today's episode, if you click on the Dropbox link, the very top, here's your beginner supply lists, all that kind of stuff. Just to get started painting the color wheel, which I highly recommend. And then the next, I don't know, 100 folders here are beginner paintings, things that I think are relatively simple for a beginner artist. Some are maybe miscategorized, perhaps. And then here we've got another 160 folders, looking at artists from all over the world, different eras. And we are all the way down at the bottom of this list, folder 163. And you'll see that there's 3 files in here. You have the original image and then 2 versions of the outline that I traced in the Procreate app on my iPad Pro. So if you want to download those for free and then print it out, that's what you want to do. Now, and just as a quick look, so that's the original, and then here's the outline I did. You could probably just print the original out, but this might save you a little bit of toner ink. All that black coming out of your inkjet printer might make you have to go get a new cartridge immediately afterwards. Now, I think I'm going to put off the image transfer at this stage because I'm going to use tape, and I think I'm going to do the image transfer on top of the tape today because it's so complex that I'm a little bit afraid if I put it down and then put some paint over and then put the tape over, I won't be able to see my outlines through all of that. So I'm going to do that secondarily. So let's skip over that and let's talk about the next step. So usually what we do here is we stain the canvas, and staining the canvas has been a technique artists have used for, well, really it was popularized by artists like Leonardo da Vinci back during the Renaissance. Some artists did it long before then, but the idea is to put some kind of color down there that might act as a priming layer for future colors that might influence those other colors in one way or another. And as you may know, the way that I like to, the kind of system of painting I use is called the split primary palette. And part of my mission as an artist these days is to popularize this method because I wish I knew this 20 years ago when I was just starting out, when I was in art college. It would have saved me so much grief. Are there other methods? Absolutely. Are there methods that are more complex and maybe more specific for portrait painting and for landscape painting? Yes, absolutely. But the wonderful, wild thing with this system is it can do both, because generally, if you're a landscape painter, you go buy one set of paints. You want to do portraits, you go buy another set of paints, and that can start to add up. So I want people to be able to do these paintings with as little expense, at least if you're a beginner, as possible to get started. So to do this, the split primary palette, that means basically we're splitting the color wheel or the primary colors in half into their warm and cool components. So instead of just 3 primary colors, we've got 6, because we've got 2 yellows, 2 reds, and 2 blues, warm and cool versions of each, plus white and black if you need it. Although I think I'm probably going to mix my own black today. So here's the recipe for that. We're going to come back to that. Don't worry, you'll hear me repeat it a few times. Now the paint that I'm about to use is this Amsterdam brand of paint with the kind of red label on top. I'm not sponsored or paid by them. No one gave me a single penny of free supplies at all during any of these episodes. I've gone to the art supply store and bought them just like you, and this is my suggestion. I use these in my in-person classes as well. You can get them for roughly $12 to $17 a tube, whether you're in the United States or Canada. You can order them online, but usually when I find them on Amazon, they're like $25 Canadian, which is, at least 50-60% more than they are usually available at retail at a local art supply store. So check before you buy art supplies on Amazon. Sometimes they're cheaper, but most of the time they're more expensive. So, but I like this brand. I think it's the best bang for the buck, the highest quality paint for the lowest amount of money. Can you spend more money on better paint? Absolutely. In fact, here would be a good recommendation, Golden. If you want to spend, where's the tube of Golden here? You could spend about $30 for that tube of paint. And this is, I think, what, 60 millimeters or 59 millimeters, 59 milliliters. So it is 1/5 of the amount of paint that's in here, right? And it's twice as expensive. It is better quality, but I bet you if we did a side-by, maybe one day I'm going to do a side-by-side test, and most people will be like, I don't know, do you taste the difference? I don't taste the difference, right? So then here's a whole bunch of other paints that you could use. I'm just going to flip through these quickly. If you want, you can pause. You may already have some of these paints at home with one of these brands. And you could certainly mix and mingle different brands together. Of course, the paint companies will tell you shouldn't do that. You can. Obviously, there are different chemicals and pigments that are used in these different brands. So they might conflict, possibly, but it's not going to make the paint explode or start on fire or melt or turn into acid or blind you or anything crazy. It just might mean that the colors might not mix in the way you might expect. So whatever palette and combination of colors you use, I strongly encourage you to mix a color wheel with every new set of paints you get, even if they're a mixture of different brands. However, I am not a fan of these two brands I've used personally, the Museum Color and Peebo. Peebo is quite common. It's a major global brand, but what both of these companies do, Museum Color is a cheaper paint out of Toronto. Both of them add a lot of extra titanium white, unnecessarily so. I think probably as filler to mask maybe the lower amount of pigment they're putting in there. And that makes it impossible to make the black like we're about to do today. So I discourage you from buying these brands. I mean, if you're going to be doing a lot of pastel colors, yeah, these probably work pretty well. But if you want any level of intensity in your colors, I would stay totally clear. So let's go into this here. Oh, so those are the paints. Yeah, so let's do our Imprimatura. Okay, well, I'll come back to the printout here. So I'm going to use, I think, 2 canvases here. The first canvas that I'm going to use is this 9x12 sized Fix Smith brand of canvas. And they usually come wrapped in plastic. Here's what they look like. You buy a set of these on Amazon for, I think, 25 bucks, and you get 12 of them. So they work out to about $1.50, $2 a piece, depending on when you buy them and if you get them on sale. They come wrapped in plastic. You take them out. I take them out of the plastic anyway. And then I sand it down with some 100 grit sandpaper. I then apply some white acrylic gesso over the surface, and then I let that dry overnight, and then I sand it with a 220 grit sandpaper. I just stapled onto a block of wood, 2x4 like that. Makes a really nice even sanding surface, as opposed to just sanding it with your fingers, because then you might kind of sand too much in one place or another. This helps me get a nice even sanding. And that's great because I personally like a very smooth surface to paint on. And if you want it even smoother, you could paint on plexiglass or glass, or like a plywood panel, like a really well sanded plywood panel, or you can buy painting panels at your local art supply store that do not have canvas stretched all over them. I'm going to use this other canvas here. This is actually a recycled version of a color wheel. So sometimes when I teach these classes in person, people paint the color wheel, and then they just leave them there like, oh, okay, I got it. I don't want this thing anymore. It's garbage. And instead of throwing them out, what I do is I use an electric sander and sand down the surface. Then I apply another layer of white acrylic gesso, let that dry, and then I sand it with the sander again. All of this to rescue a $1 canvas, because these are usually the ones from the dollar store. But I find it hard to throw art supplies out, which is why I've got this mountain of junk behind me. And I think I think it's like a sailor, have all these superstitions. Like, I think it's bad luck for an artist to throw another artist's work in the trash. So I'm like, okay. I mean, I don't know. That's just how I feel. I mean, I don't know if there's no legend that I'm aware of. Anyway, this was what one of those looked like. I can still see some of those circles popping through. I don't know if you could see it. But I thought, you know what? Let's just take this one. So this one is actually a really cheap canvas I ordered off of Amazon as well that I do not recommend. What's inside here, I'm pretty sure, is a piece of wood, which is great. That's actually nicer than most. I'd probably even, these have cardboard inside. But anyway, that's going to generally mean that the canvas is pretty secure from warping. Although if the wood does warp, then you're really out of luck, because it's going to be really hard to straighten it in any way. But I thought, you know what, let's just reuse some canvas here and see what we can do. We can have a little bit of fun and kind of play with this one, I think. So I got these two canvases. I think what I'm going to do now is cover them with a little bit of color. And I honestly have no plan as to what color to use, although this particular image that Yoko Ono created with John Lennon was released just about this time during the... Let me see. Let me find the exact date here in my... So the image... oops. So this image was originally appeared on December 15th, 1969. It appeared on billboards all over the world. All of a sudden, people woke up and saw this. And we'll get into the history of that, but I just think that there is something kind of Christmassy, perhaps, about this. So maybe we could use some Christmas colors. I was thinking of using some of the colors that we have here in this Robert Indiana piece, like the green and red, which is pretty electric for sure. We could put that in there. We could put a green background and red writing, or red writing on a green background. Or maybe it should be yellow writing on a... Yellow's not very Christmassy though, right? So maybe it could be... Maybe it's red on green with just some of this little stuff here written in yellow. So should we do green? Green on one of these? And then one of them I'm just going to leave white. Which one should I just do in white? Well, maybe I put another coat of white over this one. I don't know. Does it really matter? I'm way overthinking this situation. So let's just start painting here. Yeah. I think I'm going to put... Let me see. Let's put this electric green right on here. Let's do that. Right? Right? Yeah. Should we? Yeah. Okay, let's do that. So, doing something a little bit different than I typically do, which I like doing. I like kind of switching it up a little bit. So let's take some of this cool yellow. Let's make a good-sized batch of it so that if I want to do a second coat, let's say some of that keeps appearing through that surface that we've got a little bit there held over. Okay. So I got my cool yellow. And some cool blue here. Let's mix this up before I put any more in there. It's always easier to darken a color than it is to lighten a color, so you know, play it a little bit safe here to see how this looks. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to mention, here's what the original looked like. So I think we need more cool blue. So as I do this, I'm just kind of double checking that, or trying to make sure that this paint is well mixed in here, that I don't want any little bits of yellow popping out and changing that color mid application of paint here. I think that's probably good enough, right? It's also handy to mix up a little bit of a bigger batch just in case you know, something goes wrong and I'm like, oh no, I made a mistake. Well, I've got a little bit of this color I can use for touch-ups. Okay, lots of questions. There's Seng. Oh, look at all the people in the chat. My goodness. Okay. There was Senga. Says Merry Christmas, everyone. There's Kathy there. Says hello. Lisa. Hi, everyone. There's AMD Abdullah. Says hello, sir. Good morning. How's your day going? I'm doing great. Thank you. Senga says my print didn't turn out, so I can't paint. Got everything and no ink. Tell me about it. Senga says, hi Michael, did you see the happy art I put on the page for you? I haven't checked the Facebook page in a couple days. Yesterday was my final day teaching at university for the semester, so I still, don't wish me it's not over yet. I still got like days worth of grading to do, but I'm close. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, so I've been super busy. And Haas says, hello, everyone. Everyone's working quietly, says Haas. I love that, yeah. Okay, so let's apply this green across the surface here. I keep putting my thumb in this white paint that was left over. Just turn the stupid thing, Michael. Okay, I thought I was being really smart and making up a pretty big mixture of this paint, but I'm about to use it all up and I'm just barely gonna make it, so I misunderestimated. And you know, again, typically I usually paint my warm yellow on these canvases to get started. And why didn't I do that today? Good question. I guess I just didn't Didn't occur to me in the moment here. Although I might do... I should have done that on the other one before I was waiting. That's what happens when I, or maybe anybody else too, when you got a routine and then you deviate just ever so slightly from that routine, everything gets a little bit chaotic, doesn't it? That's the benefit of having a routine, and sometimes maybe the drawback of a routine. That routine helps you stay on track, and just you can just sort of turn your brain off, and you don't have to think because you just go into kind of a robot mode. But the negative is you go to a bit of a robot mode, and then you forget what you're supposed to do and how to do it. All right. So I'm going to have to paint this a second time. This is basically, especially because I didn't put a yellow down, I can see little bits of white coming through. It wouldn't be so bad if they were yellow, but... So this is always a good reminder, you know, sometimes when you do, or when I shouldn't speak for everybody, but when I switch out of a routine, it sometimes reminds me why I have that routine in the first place. It's like, oh yeah, that's why I do that thing. Yeah. So, let's, I'm gonna set that down. Let's let that dry for a moment. And, you know, since I'm about to use green tape on that surface, you know, especially having a different color there, I think is, or that I'm going to do the image transfer later, I think is going to work better for me. Let's get another brush out here. Wow, I think I brought these two brushes at the same time. Look at this one, seemed to have survived pretty well. Okay. Okay, okie dokie. This jar is basically empty, so maybe I'm just going to clean it and turn it into my Imprimatura here. So this is my Azo Yellow Deep that I'm just mixing with water. And it's hard to know exactly how much I put in here, but I was aiming for about 50-50 water to paint ratio. So I know this is just absolutely bonkers insane to paint this yellow and then to paint it white again. And I might even sort of paint it a slightly off-white, just to give it a slightly aged kind of quality. But one reason I want to do that is I want to build up a little bit of extra surface, a little bit of a boundary barrier between the canvas itself and the tape, so that when I do start cutting into the tape, I'm less likely to cut right down into the canvas, which can be problematic to say the least, because then I might tear the canvas or cut holes into the canvas, which I'm sure I will. I mean, I've no doubt that I will do a little bit of that, because it's almost impossible not to. But I want to try to keep that to a minimum. And so the thicker the amount of paint on there, the less damage, the less likelihood I'm going to kind of make the problem too bad for myself. I don't know if that's... Certainly wasn't proper grammar. So I'll clean that off. The one thing, though, is when you are building up these layers, is that things got to be bone dry before we put tape over top of them. Because if the paint is not fully dry, then we run the risk of the tape, basically, you know, the tape has got glue on it, but we don't want the paint to literally bond to the tape. And then when we try to peel it off, we literally peel the paint off as well. So I'm going to blow dry these. I'm going to give it a nice good blow dry, so it might be just a little bit longer than I typically do, beyond the fact I have two paintings here that I'm going to be blow drying. So please, a little bit of patience. I know you're always super patient, but maybe a little bit of extra holiday patience. Okay, so as terrible. Okay, so what happened here is I was blow drying, and then I was just sort of checking to see if things were dry, and then this caught my finger and smeared and smudged, and the paint peeled off. And that's super frustrating, but in a way that's good that that happened on camera, because it shows why we want to make sure that this is as dry as humanly possible, because that's what would happen if we put wet or put paint over top of the paint before it was fully dry. Now this is still, I kind of made the mistake of putting a fairly thick coat of paint on here because I was impatient. The smarter thing to do, Michael, I'm talking to myself, would be to apply 2 thin coats, blow dry it, put another coat on, blow dry it, put maybe a third coat on, blow dry it, and therefore each one is perfectly dry. It'll dry very quickly. Versus when you apply thicker layers of paint, especially if that top layer kind of dries, it's hard to make the stuff underneath it, the magma, also dry. But I'm glad that this happened. It's, as we say in the education profession, it's a teachable moment. So that's going to mean, and this is still, you know, one way I can still tell that this is still dry underneath is it still feels like I can feel a little bit of give. I mean, this is a board, but when I push on it, I can kind of feel, you know, it's like, what is it? Like a pussy blister or something, you know? You can almost kind of feel a little bit. It's not, I want this to be hard. When it dries, it should, like plastic, turn to a fairly, you know, solid surface. And this is, it's both still a little bit tacky and it's got a little bit of give. So what I would like to do is wait for that to dry and just gently sand that. So let's just, again, let's do a little teachable moment. I think this is still a little bit wet, so this is going to turn into a bit of a disaster. But we can't really get too much worse than this. Famous last words, right? Oh, yeah. I could feel like that's ideal. Yeah. Well, let's just see. I can feel it kind of trying to stick. Yeah. What I want to do is try to take off this texture here. So, you know, again, this is frustrating, but I imagine this very same thing is, you know, just odds are is going to happen to somebody watching and is kind of wondering, oh my goodness, what do I do to fix that? So I want to try to get this, sand this down to the point where I want to sand that down to the point where it's relatively inconspicuous, that it becomes harder to see that. Maybe let's just out of curiosity see if I put this over. Of course it's of course it's in a place just in this nice no man's land right there in between any words. I was like thinking, oh, you know, it would be perfect if it's hidden right underneath there. But alas, it's not, unless I were to move this up higher. Okay, how about, I'm going to sand that again. You can see how it's removing some of the paint off there. So this is turning into a bit of a project. But worse things could happen in life, right? I mean, the fact that that's frustrating, you know, but hey, I'm alive, and I've got a fairly successful YouTube channel. You know, worse things could happen in life, right? And again, I think this could be a useful learning experience for some people. So let's apply some paint on top of this then. Let's move this, let that dry slowly. All these comments. Senga says, I didn't know where you get the time. Be glad to hear if you like it, my happy art. Yes, I will take a look on the Facebook group. Christina says, I get impatient too. Kathy says, I don't think Michael sleeps after he does a painting that takes 5 hours for sure. We are all lucky. Senga says, I made him a drawing to say thanks and show what I have learned. The guy is my inspiration. What a man. Oh, that is so sweet. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. It's very kind. I'm humbled by your kind words. I thank you. Okay. I want to do an off-white. Last time I went a little bit nuts and added a bit too much paint into my off-white. And there's my white tube of paint. I think... What was... the last off-white I did was quite... was a little bit peachy. So I think this time... Okay, let's mix this color here. I'm just going to take some of this green. And a little bit of red. We're going to make a brown. Basically, this is my cool blue and cool yellow and warm red. I'm going to maybe add a little bit of extra warm yellow. This color is so incredibly... Like, my goal is to put, like, you know, maybe 5 grains of salt into this white, just to slightly discolor it. So let's take some of this warm yellow. Take a bit of... I think I like that. Let's get just a tiny bit more green in there. Yeah, I kind of want a bit of... a little bit of a kind of sandy brown quality for this one. So I'm just going to take off. In fact, I'm going to clean that brush a little bit. Hi, Pascal. Pascal says, wouldn't a transparent white do the work with the background? It would be a little bit off-white naturally. A little bit. The one thing is if, yeah, I understand what you're saying. The one thing is if we did do that, especially with a less expensive paint, there's a lower amount of pigment, and it's likely to be almost a little bit streaky unless I really blend it in perfectly, which is, and so when I'm covering a big surface like this, I still want to maintain a little bit of color in here so it doesn't get too, because I think well, maybe, I don't know if I've done that, but that's the danger anyway. And I might have to do a second layer of it, and then I might have to do a third, in order to kind of get rid of any kind of texture. So I'm adding this in as a way of just kind of helping to prevent that streakiness, especially over that yellow. Good question. I mean, certainly you could try it. I would just be... That's why I typically do something to the white whenever I'm doing a little bit of a transparent layer. You know, if it was a much smaller area, no problem. Absolutely, yeah, of course. But when I'm doing something over the top of an entire surface, I think I'm gonna make a bigger batch of this. Some of that color that was on my brush is just sneaking out from the metal part, the ferrule. I mean, that's already starting to change a bit anyway. But let's take a little bit of this color. I mean, it's very subtle. Let's maybe take a bit more. Just a little bit, a little bit more here. I think that's good. I just want a hint of color in here. That's nice. Yeah, this looks now kind of well, it's almost impossible to see maybe on camera, but there is a difference. And that's nice. It's very creamy, not like a flesh color like we had in the previous painting, the Warhol Christmas tree that we did just last week. This is just a little bit more on the slightly aged paper, well, not newspaper look. Well, maybe one might say that. Okay, so Michael, go for a thinner layer, okay? I gotta give myself pep talks sometimes because I get impatient and I just try to do it all at once. And then, even as I'm doing it, I know I'm doing something wrong or something that's going to cause me headaches, and I just do it anyway. Right? And that's the thing with painting. Painting will bring you right back down to earth and remind you of how what happens when you get impatient. Again, as it mentioned earlier, one of the reasons why I'm doing this, I painted my typical Imprimatura, and then I'm painting it white again, is I want to build up that surface a little bit so that I have a little bit of a barrier between the tape that I'm going to apply, hopefully soon, and the canvas itself, so I don't wreck the canvas. A few reasons also, maybe when you see me holding it up, one reason I'm doing that is so I get less paint all over the table, because it also saves me paint getting on the table, and also sometimes things get on the table when I'm doing large areas like this, and then it gets on the brush, and then it finds its way into the paint, and then I gotta pick it out, and when you got a smooth surface like that, it makes it, you're like, ah, I had it all perfect, and now I got a little blob of little, you know, fiend hiding in there I gotta take care of. Also, I feel like it gives me an option. I can kind of see the texture that I may or may not be creating just by slightly kind of rotating the painting, right? Okay. And there's Lolly. Yes, Pascal says it's all happy accidents. That's right. Christina says, Michael, what's the snazzy music in the background? That snazzy music, let me show you my friend who composed that music, whom I've collaborated with dozens of times. Let me just show you that real quick. So this is my friend Sam Davidson. His music name is Skim Milk. There's Sam Davidson there. And this is artwork I painted for him just recently for his new album. This is not what the music you're hearing is off of, not this new album, but it's off of some of these older ones that you'll hear in the background. So that's skimmilk at skimmilk.bandcamp.com. Thank you for asking. Okay, so let's do a little blow dry action. Okay, so I banged this with the blow dryer. Rather than me trying to get my finger and smooth that out, I'm just going to blow dry it, and it'll be easier just to pick that little thing off later with my fingers. Again, patience is key, and I'm mostly talking to myself. Oh my goodness. Okay, thanks for your patience. I can still see this is a little bit dry. Or still a little bit wet. I mean, it's probably too subtle to pick up on camera. But one of the ways you can tell if a painting is still wet, and this is one of the reasons I love using matte acrylic paint, is because it makes it very easy to tell if a painting is wet or dry. And when we're doing all sorts of things like using unconventional materials and especially painting a little bit quicker with those, I want to know if something's still wet. So one way acrylic paint, when it's a matte paint, it's still wet, is it appears a little bit glossy. And then as it dries, it turns totally flat and less reflective. It's still a little bit reflective. I mean, almost everything except Vanta Black is reflective, right? So there's little areas where I can tell the paint was a little bit thicker. And also as it dried, the Imprimatura started becoming more and more visible. When I first applied the paint on this looked universally, it's that slight off-white color. As it started to dry, you could really see around the edges here, it started to that yellow started to come through. Now, I don't mind that as it is. I could probably paint on this going forward, but I think I still am going to apply one more coat of white, because I'd also, again, I want to build up a little bit more space between the canvas and the tape that I'll eventually paint on here. So maybe I'm just going to set this aside for a few minutes, and while that's drying, get a little bit extra time to dry, I'm just gonna come back to this here. Okay, so I'm still trying to get rid of this little goof that I made there. And okay, so here's a good example of why I didn't want my white canvas laying on the table when I brushed that color over. Look at all this. This is coming off the sanding block, right? And if I was brushing my brush over top of the edge, I'd all of a sudden pick up all of this essentially pigment, and that would mix into my paint, and all of a sudden I'd start getting green streaks all over that white painting. And at first it'd be like, what on earth? How did I do that? Right? Obviously, if you wanted, in an ideal world, I'd be doing all this sanding outside so that I'm not getting it all over my studio and potentially in my lungs. Right? But I'm sacrificing my life here for the benefit of YouTube. Okay, so I'm just cleaning that surface up. I was watching some old episodes of Saturday Night Live, and it just sort of came up. I don't know if YouTube is trying to give me a hint, but it's been suggesting I watch these old clips of Phil Hartman as the anal retentive chef, which is very funny. Like I remember watching those when I was a kid. I would have been very young, but and probably didn't even understand what was so funny about those episodes, but I certainly do now, especially as I'm kind of running my own cooking show here myself. So I was like, is this, because sometimes you get those recommendations on YouTube or whatever other algorithm, you're like, are they trying to say something? Is this a not so gentle hint that I need to loosen up or something? Okay, I'm going to mix my green again because I need a lot more of it. Oops, let's get the other blue. The one benefit of, I know this makes for less exciting live entertainment, But, you know, once these episodes are recorded, you can always just jump to the chapters in the playlist and go right to the next step. And so you're like, oh my goodness, it's taken them a long time. Well, you don't have to watch it all. I certainly don't expect anybody to watch anything that I'm doing. But I do appreciate those of you who are watching and keeping me company and saying things in the chat and communicating with one another. I am beyond blessed to have so many people who tune in week after week. Still this day, I can't quite wrap my head around it. So let's paint this. Let's mix this color again. I have zero expectations. I'm going to mix the exact same color a second time in a row. And that's the point. That's why I'm going to mix kind of such a big batch so that if I have to do this again, that I should have enough left over to be able to kind of overcome what's underneath here. Because now this is essentially my Imprimatura. I've stained it, and you know there's little bits of canvas showing through there, so I got to overcome all of that. So I'll probably have to do another, you know, probably 2 coats of this paint here. Still need a little bit more blue. Close. Okay, so Michael, have we learned anything about what happened last time we did this? No. I'm going to do it exactly the way I just did it. Are you sure, Michael? What went wrong last time? Nothing. It turned out perfect. You sure it was perfect last time? Do you remember what happened? I might have put a bit too much paint on there. And then I smudged it. That's right. Do you want that same thing to happen a second time? No. Okay, so we're going to put a thinner layer of paint on, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. And see, the paint wasn't quite properly mixed there, Michael. I wanted to paint so bad. Okay, well, we might have to do 2 coats here then, Michael, if you're going to be so impatient. It's kind of, so it's a little hard to tell what's going on here. Which is, that actually tells me that I did actually a pretty good job of mixing those paints if I can't quite tell what I've painted and what I haven't. What's the new paint? What's the old? I do have a bit of that blue that's snuck out, so I'm just trying to blend that in. sure where my previous little goof went, which is good. That tells me that my sanding job was effective. Although, I'm sure when I blow dry it, I will see it. Okay, this is starting to dry. I'm starting to smear that paint around. So I think I gotta blow dry this. Set that to the side. So that's, I mean, I shouldn't speak too soon, but that's satisfying enough that I think it was over here. I think I've turned it around. That's good. If I can't tell at this stage, then I'm actually blown away. I'm sure the painting is like, oh yeah. Why don't you pat yourself on the back for a few minutes and just think about how good of a job you did. I'll remind you in about 10 minutes how human you actually are, Michael. Okay, so I'm going to blow dry these paintings again. Okay, So I think I found that mistake that I made earlier. It's right there. So it's visible if you know where to look for, but for the most part, it is almost invisible. So that's pretty satisfying, just showing how we can kind of fix a fairly major mistake that came out of my... Oh, so I can see it a little bit better this way, so maybe I'll just keep the painting this way. Because sometimes that's the way that the light reflects, you know, because sometimes, you know, yeah, I can... That's much more obvious in this direction, because that's the way it originally was. I don't know if you could probably see it on camera. I'm gonna let this dry for a few moments over here. Let's go back to this white. And likewise, I'm gonna make this mixture again. Just gonna make a bit more of it. Won't hurt to have a little bit more made up here. I like that. I like how super subtle that is. Just gives it just a slightly creamy color. Again, I'm sure it's probably totally invisible on camera. And probably by the time I'm done, it won't be visible either, but there is just something nice about that slight subtle effect. Okay. I'm just going to take a bit of paint off of this brush. So I'm not painting with big gobs of paint again. Ooh, yes. Nice color. And in a painting like this, where, you know, ultimately, like on this one here, we're really just going to have two colors. I think it's important to spend a little bit of that extra time getting a color you really like. Right? If, you know, people make fun of minimalism and conceptual art, but there's still, you know, a really important visual component to it. Like, if it doesn't look good at all, it's going to have a hard time making it in an art museum or art context. Love that surface. I don't know, what does it remind me of, this kind of cream color? So satisfying. Like, even just doing this for the pure, simple satisfaction of the feeling that one gets as the brush glides over the surface is worth it. It's, again, it's, painting isn't just about making something. It's about the experience. And if you're just purely obsessed with outcomes, you miss those things, and It's, you know, it's like going on a road trip and just being, I gotta get there. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna look at any nice things. I'm in a hurry. And well, life passes you by, right? Sometimes, you know, it's I think all times, quite frankly, it's about the trip, the journey, and the experience of traveling. Isn't just about, is rarely the most interesting part of it is the destination, right? Okay, that is great. Okay, so I'm going to blow dry this, and then we'll be able to compare how this looks to a regular piece of paper, because I'm expecting as it dries a little bit more of that yellow Imprimatura is going to come through. How much is debatable. I'm expecting maybe a little bit more around the edges, because the paint tends to build up more in the center, and then as you know you're brushing it, you tend to kind of build more paint up in the middle, and then it tends to kind of get thinner on the edges. But sometimes that's okay too, right? So let's blow. Okay, let's put this back down here. So I love how this surface looks. I'm super happy. I know it just seems absurd to spend this much time to get a slightly off-white color, but now I've got, like, the surface is almost like paper-like. It's so smooth. It's how do you describe it? It's not like smooth like glass. It's smooth like it's like icing, to be quite frank. It's like, you know, if you put like icing, you take like a knife and you just go over that surface. Anybody who's made like, what would it be? Like carrot cake or something, just and you just get it nice and smooth. It just, like, I can still see texture of brushstrokes. I'm sure none of it will show up on camera. But and there's even a little bit of areas like up here, probably again won't come out on camera, where it's slightly, little tiny bits of white. It's a little bit thinner, or yellow from the Imprimatura down here. But I kind of, and I could, if I really wanted, try painting there, although that would be a little bit risky, because then I might end up having an area where it's a little bit more white, and, you know, so it's sometimes just better, you know, just to leave it. It might bring more attention to that problem than anything. If I did do that, I would, if I did feel like, it's a little, I would paint the whole thing. I would do the whole thing again, and maybe just try to apply a little bit of a thicker coat here. But I also kind of like that. It still reminds us that this is, after all, a painting and not a print of the original. So that is beautiful. I love how that turned out. I think it's totally worth the extra time. And, you know, I probably, if I was watching this episode 20 years ago, I would have thought, are you kidding me? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. But, you know, as we get older, maybe we get a little more, either more mature or just more insane. And you kind of start to appreciate some of those little finer things in life. Okay, I'm going to do another coat of this green, just because it's a little bit patchy in a few places. I am going to dilute it with, I'm not intending to dilute, I just don't want to mix this color again. And the paint was starting to get a little bit gummy, a little bit tacky. So this is just going to provide a slightly semi-transparent layer over top of what was already there. And kind of help just fill in any little gaps that existed. So now this does appear lighter. It's really just the white of that matte medium that I just mixed in here into this paint. Might sort of initially appear to be a little bit more on the white side of things when you first mix it, but it will dry clear. Although there might be some stuff sneaking out of the palette here when I do this kind of thing. Oh, paint's kind of dry there already. Also, you know, at the end of the day, if I'm really not happy with this, I just have to remember this was a canvas that I rescued from the trash. And if I can make it work, goblins appearing on the surface. Ah! I think that's going to be okay. It's not going to be perfect, but as my grandfather used to say, good enough for government work. just going to try to consolidate any of this extra paint. So there's still a little bit left there. Okay, oh, there's a look at all the chat there. There was Heather. Oh, I didn't, who's Heather? Is that? Oh my goodness, so many comments. I missed all this. Christine said, like, donut glazing. Yes. Kathy says, painting. It's so addicting to watch. It's so educational watching Michael. Pascal says, are there not more liquid paint if we need it way more flat? Yeah, you can get, what is it called? Well, basically it's pouring medium works quite well. Although there is a kind of paint, it's like, basically like car paint. Self-levels. And I'm trying to think, I think I have some back there. Not car paint, but a medium that you can put into the paint. I don't know if it's pouring medium, though. That you can add to the paint that will just help make it, so that there will be no brush strokes visible. As the paint dries, it just sort of levels out and creates as smooth a surface as possible. And that's nice. Obviously I could use that. I still like having a little bit of texture. My goal isn't to have like a car, a hood of a car level of smoothness. That actually was a big, during the 60s and 70s, especially in California, there was a whole movement of artists. What was it called? Was it the color and light movement? I should know that, since I lived and went to school down there for so many years. Okay, I'm just going to clean up before I move on to talking about Yoko Ono. Again, I'm just consolidating paint into a little pile here. This is my kind of emergency backup in case something goes terribly wrong. Ideally, this paint will stay a little bit wet a little bit longer, and I'll be able to dip into it if I need to touch up a boo-boo. Oh, Rivet Girl's name is Heather. Okay, looks like for the first time in a long time, so here, look at this. This is, I probably had this, might be time to put a new towel out here. My painting rag here. Look at that. Beautiful. I mean, it's kind of an artwork in and of itself. Probably just going to go in the trash. But also, this is, all of this would normally go down the sink and into the ocean if I wasn't wiping it off onto this towel. And so it's also just a bit of a way of trying to keep our oceans a little bit healthier. Because my plan today was to order some sushi. There's a great sushi restaurant around the corner, and I've just been so busy pulling such long hours at the university I teach at that every time I come home, the sushi shop is closed. So I want to be able to eat fish that hasn't eaten any of my paint or anybody else's paint. So the more that paint gets onto a rag or a cloth that can go into the landfill, then the less of it goes out into the ocean. Okay. I think I'm going to blow dry this for the final time, and then we'll talk about Yoko Ono. Okay, I think both of these are ready. Well, I mean, I want to let them, again, the longer I can let these dry, the better. You know, in an ideal world, I would let them dry like overnight. And then before putting tape on them, just to be absolutely 100% sure that they're nice and dry. I'm not going to let that happen. So I'm just, right now, there was some little goopy gremlins that were stuck to the surface there. So rather than picking at them while the paint was wet, I can do that now and just sort of, they just roll right off the surface. One thing I'm a little disappointed with is you could see some of the uneven brush strokes. You could see that right there. You see that one up there. The matte medium, I find, always tends to make the paint dry a little bit too fast. I could add a little bit of slow dry medium in that paint to slow the matte medium from speeding up that drying time. But then, of course, it takes longer to dry. And then if you saw how long it took for the hairdryer to make this dry, add another 10 minutes on top of that. And so, I mean, if I wasn't doing this on YouTube, that would probably be a better solution. That's great. But, you know, I think as upsetting maybe as that could be, it's, you know, it's not quite as nice of a finish. We're going to be putting stuff on top of some of that, and I also don't mind if there's those weird little reflections. Again, it just reminds us that it's a painting. Okay, well, there's Rick in the chat too. Okay. So let's, I'll bring these back just so they can sit here while we chat. Trivia question is, what countries have these two colors in their flags? Iran, right? Well, I mean, just these two colors, because there's other colors. I mean, there's a number of colors that have this and other colors. Might be, or is it Saudi Arabia? Or Iran? No, because Iran's got the yellow in there too. I think it's just Saudi Arabia. Interesting. Anyway. What are you doing, Michael? What on earth are you talking about? I don't know myself sometimes, right? So let's move on here. Okay, now that we've got our canvases primed and ready to go, let's let them dry as much as possible and talk a little bit about the biography of Yoko Ono and a little bit about John Lennon here. So, the authors of today's artworks. So, here we are. Okay. In fact, maybe... Let's talk about John Lennon really quickly so we can focus mostly on Yoko Ono. Right, so John Lennon is born in 1940 and dies at age 40 in 1980. On December 8th, 1980, was assassinated outside of his apartment in New York City. And, you know, John Lennon grew up in a very... chaotic household when he was a child, and I think maybe that's why he might have gravitated towards Yoko Ono as well, who also had a difficult childhood. Maybe hers was even more difficult considering she survived the bombing of Tokyo in World War II. I guess John Lennon himself, when he was a small baby, would have also had experienced a little bit of the Nazi bombing of England, but he would have been very, very young, whereas Yoko Ono was a little bit older than him. Okay, so Yoko Ono is born February 18th, 1933, and is still alive at the grand old age of 90 years old as of today. And Yoko Ono, as I mentioned at the top of the episode, I think is by far the most misunderstood and most, I think definitely probably the most underrated artist of the 20th century, maybe of all time. Because I think had Yoko Ono not met John Lennon, she would have been seen as one of the great artists of our time, or certainly probably the most famous conceptual artist, maybe top 2 or 3 most famous conceptual artists and most important artists of the 60s and 70s. And so it is odd that sort of that part of her life has been overshadowed by her relationship with John Lennon. I think let's get into the John Lennon stuff here in a moment. Let's kind of rewind back and talk about Yoko Ono's biography. So Yoko Ono was born in Tokyo in 1933, and her father, she was born into a fairly wealthy family. Her father was descended from a bunch of really important samurai clans. I mean, he wasn't a samurai himself, but these kind of powerful families that once sort of, held a lot of importance and sway in Japanese culture when we go back pre opening of Japan to the West. So she came from a fairly comfortable background. Although her father, her father was a trained piano player and became fairly wealthy in the banking industry. Was quite high up in one of the banks in Tokyo. But when just shortly, a couple months before she was born, her father's transferred from Tokyo to San Francisco. And eventually, a couple years later, the whole family moves from Tokyo to San Francisco to be with him. So it's really not until she's 2 years old that she actually meets her father. Now, of course, I'm sure that's long before she would have had any memories of that. But it still kind of shows that despite the fact that the family was relatively wealthy, she, still kind of grew up without a father for those couple first formative years of her life. And it seems like just by the time she gets there, I think probably 1935, the family moves to San Francisco, and only a few years later, the family's transferred back to Japan. So after making this huge intercontinental journey across the Pacific Ocean to be with her father's sent back to Tokyo. So the family packs up and returns back to Japan, and I'm sure that was it was a bit of a major culture shock to go from Tokyo to San Francisco, and then to kind of establish yourself and start kind of learning the language and the culture, to then be torn up and uprooted and return to Japan would have been pretty difficult. I mean, at that age, she's 4 or 5 years old by the time they return. So, that's about the age of my own daughter. Well, she's 4.5, I guess. Well, just a little bit over 4. Well, oh gosh, almost 4.5. But that would be tricky. Like it would be that's pretty. Those are pretty important moments in a child's life when they're really just trying to get settled and to kind of get an understanding of the world around them, and those are pretty big culture shocks. Well, maybe less so today than they certainly would have been 100 years ago, right? The Japanese culture at that time was still fairly conservative, trying to, that awkward transition from, very traditional Japanese way of life to suddenly kind of commercializing, becoming industrialized very quickly. And also militarized, right? And we've talked about that several times, especially when we talked about Chinese artists, because Japan during this time was occupying China, and that was not pretty, right? So she moves back to Japan, and she's goes to like a really exclusive school there. I'm not sure if it mentions somewhere here. But here it is. While she's in school, she's taking classes with one of her classmates was Prince Akihito, who becomes the future emperor of Japan. So that gives you an idea of the kind of the people that she's surrounded by, right? Kind of like the upper class elite of Tokyo pre-war, and so that would have afforded her opportunities to learn, about just have, being in touch with probably some of the best teachers in Japan at that time, and given like a first class education for sure. She becomes really interested in music, and she studies, takes piano lessons, and is able to read music. She attends these kabuki performances with her mother, and I think it's worth just sort of thinking about kabuki in relation to Yoko Ono, especially the music that she makes later on. Music that is often ridiculed by many people, even the music she made with John Lennon, as some people would say, is unlistenable, right? And sure, if that's how you see it, but I think there is roots for the kind of music that she was making that go back centuries. And I don't know if you've ever heard or seen any kabuki theater. I've never seen it in person, but I've watched a number of them in art galleries, museums, on giant screens, and I've seen some on YouTube. And kabuki theater, I was trying to think today, like, what does it remind me of? And I can't really think of anything else off the top, and I was thinking about it earlier today, like, what is it, what is the analogy one could make between kabuki theater and, like, I don't, it's basically, long story short, is kabuki theater is an extremely stylized form of theatrical performance, popularized, I mean, it's Japanese, but was, goes back hundreds and hundreds of years, and where the performers wear really, I mean, it's almost like, and I hate to say this, but kind of like clown makeup, like really exaggerated makeup, kind of things you might have seen in like Shakespearean theater, where, and really often that kind of theatrical makeup was used for a number of purposes. One is that it would make it easier for people who are sitting further away to be able to see facial expressions, right? Because before cinema, we could get close-up shots of people's faces, right? And we could get really subtle kind of facial movements in cinema. If you're at a theater, anybody who's gone and seen a Broadway musical or whatever and is sitting way up in the balcony, you know that people have to do big, loud dances and movements in order for you to even see who's talking. Like, often the person who's talking sometimes is the only one moving around on stage. So you have, I guess, thinking of clowns, again, I don't mean that derogatory, but it reminds me a little bit of like vaudevillian theater, which also had kind of outrageous makeup and costumes, very slapstick, extremely physical, so that, again, the people in the cheap seats would be able to see what's going on. And so there's a trying to think of, there's just something so beautiful and yet almost verging on alien to Western audiences about kabuki theater. Of the movements and behaviors seem so unnatural, so strange and bizarre, that they seem like the people are moving in ways that are just completely unfamiliar to maybe the way people would, quote unquote, normally move or behave. And almost completely opposite of the way that theater was moving in the West, becoming more naturalistic, right? The kind of idea of American Hollywood cinema as trying to kind of recreate reality. This idea, you hear about, like, Hollywood movies, like, oh, they were able to, the create a perfect illusion, especially if they're doing a historic piece, right? It's like, I felt like I was right there with Napoleon or something, right? Like, there's real, the privileging of mimicking, quote unquote, reality, however you might determine that to be, has always been something fairly baked into Western theater and culture, even in painting, for instance, right? Or sculpture. Versus in Japan, it seemed to kind of go the opposite direction. It's like, we are going to make things so hyper stylized, so strange and bizarre, that's what will attract people to come and see these shows. That something completely out of the norm of people's experience would be something really something so wildly unique that, although it probably wasn't so wildly unique to Japanese people, obviously, who would have been grown up in that culture and surrounded and seen that kind of theater for generations. But still, anyway, long story short is I think that probably those moments seeing kabuki theater with her mother, especially while her father was, such a busy man working so much, I'm sure played a huge role in the kinds of art that she ultimately ends up creating, and the idea of performance being such a central part of her work. So, to just kind of go back though to some of the extreme trauma that she would have experienced as a child. During World War II, she experienced firsthand the firebombing of Tokyo, but also many other places in Japan were bombed with these incendiary fire bombs by the Americans, the Allies, who were just like trying to beat Japan into submission, because Japan and the rule that the emperor had over Japan was, they were basically you had kamikaze pilots. Like the only way it seemed that Japan could be defeated in World War II is like the complete and utter annihilation of Japan itself. Like the Japanese people, the army just refused to surrender. They would fight to the last man, and the last person would either run a suicide mission or blow themselves up, stab themselves in order to prevent being taken prisoner. And being taken prisoner was an act of great shame, right? So because the Japanese people saw the emperor as as a god, right? So if the god is saying we have to fight until the very last child, then the people are going to do that, right? So it was, and the Allies were like, okay, sure, we'll just turn this country into rubble unless you surrender. I mean, just horrific in every aspect on both sides of the war. As much as the World War II in Europe was terrible, what happened on the Pacific front was, it's hard to say one war was worse than the other. All wars are terrible, but the kinds of the level of brutality seemed to kind of get more intense in the Pacific. I think because the war in Europe ended, many months ahead of the war in the Pacific, and obviously the atomic bomb happening there, it just seemed like it just got nastier, just more and more nasty, as both of those countries just fought to. Anyway, so Yoko Ono witnessed a lot of the destruction of her country firsthand. And yes, she comes from a wealthy family, and that, I'm sure, made it maybe easier to survive. But it still was not pretty. No one was able to escape the horror of what happened during that time. So they're living in the countryside, and their family is kind of bartering for food. I mean, everyone is like the whole country basically collapsed, right? So it was as wealthy as the family was, they became kind of every man, every woman, every child for themselves. She says here, during this period, she developed an aggressive attitude and understanding of outsider status. Going from like a really wealthy family to begging for food and pulling their belongings in a wheelbarrow. Her father was believed to have been a prisoner in a war camp in China, and the Chinese, when they were able to sort of get their freedom back from Japan, they weren't taken prisoners. It was, I mean, it was, they gave everything they got, and more so back, right? So just brutal. Long story short, after the war, the family moves back to the United States. This time they move to the other coast. They go to New York State, and they settle in Scarsdale, and which is kind of north of, it's kind of, yeah, north of Manhattan there. And there she enters school, and this eventually, you know, there's sort of a little bit of back and forth again as her family is sort of just trying to find a place to, you know, to rebuild their lives. Eventually she, you know, moves herself, like, so after, I should say, after the war, she stayed in Japan taking classes. She went back to school, and she with the eventual emperor of Japan. But her family moved to the East Coast, and it wasn't for about another, like, until the early, like, 1952, after she graduates from high school, essentially high school. She moves to New York to be with her family. She enrolls at the Sarah Lawrence College, but, you know, she was, you know, pretty, even at that young age, like a very independent woman. You know, a bit of a, I think it's just because, like, all of the difficulty that she experienced as a child, it's like, it's pretty hard to go from, you know, just, you know, begging for food, doing, like, surviving, to then kind of going back and just leading a so-called normal life. So she kind of falls in with a bit of a bohemian kind of subculture in and around New York as a kid, and she gets really interested. She's been interested in music this whole time, but some of the people, musicians that she gets to know, become some of the most well-known avant-garde composers of all time. So, I mean, eventually she meets, let's say, John Cage, who is considered to be probably the most, like, the king of avant-garde music. John Cage, for those of you who might not be familiar with him, is his most famous piece is the, let me get it right, the name of this piece is, I'm not sure, would you pronounce that? For, you know, is it 4 minutes and 33 seconds? As I say it, I've never really thought about how you pronounce that composition. But essentially what's so famous about it is a piano player comes and sits down at the piano, opens the thing on the piano that protects the keys, opens it up, and just sits there and waits for 4 minutes and 33 seconds. And after that point, closes it and then gets up and leaves. The idea being that for that period of time, we focus on the sounds in the room, our own breathing, our own thoughts, the shuffling of people around, people coughing and scratching their faces, and the door opening and closing, and maybe somebody getting up and leaving, or somebody shouting, "This is garbage," and leaving. That you're focusing on the experience of being a theater goer or an audience member. And still to that day, I mean, I'm sure just recounting it right now, some people are like, really? I've never heard of this. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard, right? I mean, I've never seen that performance live. I'm sure there's dozens of recordings on YouTube, different people performing it. You know, in a way, it's kind of like, you know, a moment of silence. If you've ever gone to a hockey game or, you know, football game, and they do a moment of silence for someone who recently passed away, and that strange kind of feeling where, like, tens of thousands of people fall silent, and yet you can still hear things because where people are breathing and coughing and shuffling and getting fidgety during that time. But usually a moment of silence might last, what, 20 seconds, 30 seconds? 4.5 minutes is more than most people might have ever been silent around other people. Right? This usually makes people extremely uncomfortable. So suffice to say, that becomes, a person that she, I don't know if she knew him well, but she definitely met him because she eventually kind of falls in with a group of artists called the Fluxus movement, or the Fluxus group. Fluxism was an art movement that is sort of a neo-Dada kind of group. It was and Dada kind of grows out, or was the main group that influenced the Surrealists. So Fluxus is basically sort of the rebirth of Dada and Surrealism, but also coupled with, 1950s, 60s kind of sort of leftist kind of thinking. And one of the kind of main things in Fluxism is generally a very performance-based movement, focusing definitely less so, or if at all, on saleable objects. So often things are intended to be ephemeral, things that you might make something, but that thing is not really intended to last. That thing might literally be made of food that you eat, or something that rots and falls apart and is thrown out, or melts, or is burnt and set up alight a fire, right? So it's all about really focusing on the moment. And it's not surprising that a movement like this grows out after World War II, after nuclear bombs have been dropped, when all of a sudden people are like, whoa, I mean, what's the point of making a painting that is intended to last for, hundreds of years, when we might not even be here as a species next year? So rather than sit around and all by yourself making a painting and putting it up on the wall and hoping somebody buys it, this moment that we have right now is might be all we have. So we better do something, and we better do something together. Enjoy the community and the friendships we have, because we could all be vaporized in a second, right? So that's how one group of people took art and interpreted art. Another group was the abstract expressionists, who were, yes, a little bit earlier, in the late 40s, early 50s. And some might say Fluxus is a response to abstract expressionism. But abstract expressionism is the same sort of thing, like Jackson Pollock. It's that idea of, like, I can't make a painting of flowers in a vase. Again, the world we've just dropped bombs on Japan and vaporized people. Like, I mean, everything has changed now. The rules are gone. I mean, should we even use paintbrushes to make paintings anymore? I mean, it doesn't, and maybe paintings shouldn't be this big. Maybe they should be much bigger and done with splatters or just solid color. We have to reinvent the way that we think of painting. But anyway, so she basically rents this space in New York City at, in fact, I should bring this up. I don't even know where this is. 112 Chambers Street in New York. Let's see where this place is. Tribeca, interesting. Ah! No. Let's... Curious. Okay. Okay, so in the lower area here of Manhattan. I mean, this is all pretty pricey land right now. Like, where's the World Trade Center? Where was that? Okay, so World Trade Center was right down there. City Hall Park. I have to admit, when I lived in New York, I didn't spend much time down here. The only reason I would go in this area was to go down to the TKTS booth, the cheap tickets booth in the World Trade Center. So before the towers were knocked down in 9/11, I used to go to the ticket booth there all the time, because there is another one, I think still probably to this day, in Times Square, but that one was always really busy. You could go to the one in the basement of the the Trade Center and get tickets, cheap tickets to Broadway shows that day, like dirt cheap, like, you know, tickets that would normally cost $100, you could get them for like $20. Pretty good seats. There usually be single tickets, but I was a single guy, 20 years old, 19 years old, living in New York at the time, so that was perfect for me. Anyway, I'm just trying to see if there's what in this neighborhood do I even recognize. Let's do a, is that Chambers Street? Yeah, let's look right here. So it fairly, there's not like any big landmarks right around here, but I guess this would have been it, right? One of these buildings here, or no, this. Okay, hold on, let's. No, it must be on this side of the street, right? Okay, so it would have been right here is where her studio would have been. So it's really interesting to think that this studio space at 112 Chambers Street was at no, but that's 111. Trilogy photo. Let's see. That's 111, so we would have been right on the opposite side of the street here. 114. 116. Oh, the Patriot. Is that? Okay, so maybe. Okay, so it would have been above this, what looks like it was a bar, probably right in and around here. Maybe that might have been the stairway going up. I think it's just fascinating to think about this as being, you know, a place where some of the most avant-garde artists and musicians once spent time. Probably, you know, in one of these floors in this little building here in Lower Manhattan. Anyway, so in that space, she holds these Fluxus events, or what some people would have called like happenings. So happenings were a let me see, is there a definition of happenings? Happening is a performance event, situation art. Usually, performance art was first used by Alan Capro during the 50s to describe art-related events. So, like, a happening is like a performance, but it's often a performance that involves the audience as well. The audience is not necessarily just a passive observer to a performance like we normally expect when you go see stand-up comedy or a music performance or a theater show. Generally, when you go see those shows, you're not expecting at all to become a part of the show. You know, maybe in a stand-up, if you sit at the very front of the audience, the comedian might poke fun at you or ask you where you work or that kind of stuff. You maybe in certain shows you might get sprayed with a little bit of water, but for the like 99% of all performances, you're just a passive audience member who's just watching and receiving things. A happening was something where often the audience is asked to participate either voluntarily or not. Sometimes the performers just go out into the audience, grab someone, or somebody just leaps up and joins, and the performer sort of, work with it, work with what's going on. And so they sometimes could tend to be quite chaotic events. The kind of thing that, if you were maybe a little bit more of a square, as they would have said back in the day, you might be like, whoa, this is weird. This is too crazy. Like this, what is going on here in this environment? Because the lines between sort of performer and audience member are blurred. And so I guess what I'm trying to do is set the stage for the kind of environment that Yoko Ono found herself in to help give context for the art that she makes, and so that you can understand who she was, especially when, years later she meets John Lennon. By the time Yoko Ono meets John Lennon, it's not too much of a stretch to say that Yoko Ono was a kind of art world celebrity, and certainly like a or art world royalty, that she had become so well known within that particular New York Fluxus movement that she would have been considered to be one of the most important persons in that particular kind of community, which was a pretty big and important community. I mean, some of the people that she would have met and interacted with at those happenings in the studio space that she owned and ran were people like John Cage, as I mentioned earlier, George Brecht, Alan Capro, who is the founder of the Happening movement, Al Hansen. Al Hansen, by the way, I don't know if he's I don't think he's still alive, but he was the uncle of the grandfather of musician Beck Hansen. So if you've heard of Beck, the I'm a loser, baby, right? So that's Beck himself comes from a very storied art family. But anyway, so also artists who came, and she would have met Lamont Young, another very famous avant-garde composer, and probably kind of the two most important New York artists of the 1950s were, besides maybe, I guess, Jackson Pollock and the abstract expressionists, would have been people like Marcel Duchamp and Peggy Guggenheim. Peggy Guggenheim also being, an extremely wealthy art collector who dabbled in art, but was like a patron for people like Duchamp, and many of the, was like helped kind of found, the Museum of Modern Art, and certainly the Guggenheim Museum, which is now a chain of museums around the world. So it's, no stretch to say that Yoko Ono was, if you were to do a poll of maybe the 10 most important artists during the late 50s, early 60s in New York, she would have been in probably the top 10, right? Of, certainly for some people that would have been outrageous that she would have been, because not a lot of people did not like this type of work. Still to this day, don't maybe not even consider it to be art at all. But she certainly was, looked at as being an important figure by the people who were in that community. So, let's just sort of, she was married a few times before she met John Lennon. I want to see if we could see some of the work. Okay, so I just want to talk quickly about a couple of the pieces that were kind of revolutionary for the time. One of them is called the cut piece, or cut piece, and it's worth just mentioning. This cut piece was, she came dressed into a gallery and provided some scissors. And this performance, she invited people to cut her clothes off, and while she just sort of sat there motionless, while people in the audience came up and started cutting And so there's this potential that of violence being enacted, and this idea of her being this kind of young woman, in a room surrounded by often mostly men, and they're given scissors that, and they're invited to cut her clothes off. There's the overwhelming potential of some sort of violence or assault to happen, and the fact that she's sort of inviting that or setting up the conditions that it could occur is pretty intense, right? And the number of times that she did enact this, it sometimes did get really, out of control, but that gives you an idea of the kind of performance and also the kind of that takes a lot of courage to do something like that. I mean, almost one might say foolhardy to do something like that, right? But that became like a notorious artwork in New York City during the mid 1960s of like, can you imagine she did this? And like, oh my goodness, like how, and a very influential work and seen as like, a major piece of feminist art. Like, I mean, Yoko Ono is certainly considered to be like, one of the most important feminist artists of all time. Another one, obviously there's a bunch here that we could talk about, but I think another one that you may or may not have, you probably might have seen this work, because she still has this work enacted quite a lot. I've seen this in person a few times, is the Wish Tree. And the Wish Tree basically is a number of trees that sometimes they're already existing in a park or in a public space. These trees are brought in, and then there's sort of like these little pieces of paper, like little tags with string on it, and people are invited to come up and write wishes on them and then just tie them to the branches of the tree. So this is another feature of many of Yoko Ono's pieces, which like a number of conceptual artworks, in which the artist would just give instructions to the audience, and the audience would kind of create the artwork. It demanded audience involvement. This one is much less confrontational than the cut piece, but still something that was required participation from the audience. I've seen this piece a number of times, and it's always a really powerful experience, because you read the wishes that other people have left on the trees, and yeah, some of them are silly, some of them are little drawings, but some of them are like people, wishing for, to get out of a violent relationship, or to be able to see their family that they haven't seen in a long time, or reconcile with a family member in a long time, or get enough money to pay off, the crushing debt that they're under, or, and just so on and so forth. Like, I've seen this and myself teared up by, like, you're like, oh my goodness, wow. Like, when you understand like the intense situations that many people face. And so there's something incredibly beautiful about people expressing their maybe things that they're afraid to express to even their closest family members, but they're expressing them publicly and anonymously. So this is maybe Wish Tree would probably be her most well-known piece of art that she's created, and probably the most, I would say so. I think. Okay, I know I've been talking about Yoko for a long time already. What else do I want to say just before I move on? I mean, okay, what another thing, obviously she's done a lot of music. I think it says in here, something just blew my mind. Something like I've never listened to a lot of Yoko Ono's music. As I said earlier, that some people consider it to be unlistenable, but Yoko Ono was ranked, just in terms of album sales, I think the 16th most best-selling dance artist of all time. I don't know if that's in here or one of the other websites I was looking at, but I was like, really? Yoko Ono? I didn't know that she was. I mean, I knew that she made music, but I didn't know that she made like dance music and that it was that successful. I mean, when you think of dance music and some of the more popular dance acts of all time, to think that Yoko Ono is in that list anywhere on that list and not like, 10,000th down on the bottom of that list is like kind of mind-boggling. But I think where I want to kind of come back to is this relationship with John Lennon here. There's, if you want, here's her the Yoko Ono, the Yoko Ono Plastic Ono Band, which is still releases music, and here's the link to here, yopob.com. I like this article. This is a great little article here. It's called, it says, it's on Vulture, Yoko Ono and the Myth That Deserves to Die. Why is it such a perennial, youthful rite of passage to misunderstand and to underestimate and to even hate her, Yoko Ono? And I think that's a great question. I think, this idea that Yoko Ono broke up the Beatles and is singularly responsible for destroying the greatest musical act of the 20th century is something you still hear to this day. In fact, I posted this article here because it's here, the internet is calling Taylor Swift the Yoko Ono of the Chiefs, the Kansas City Chiefs football team, because Taylor Swift is dating one of the players on that football team, and apparently, I don't follow football or whatever, but maybe she's having a good or bad effect. I don't know, but this drama that a woman coming into this male space, and oh my goodness, doesn't belong there, right? But I just been thinking about this as I've been kind of prepping today's episode, just about the importance of Yoko Ono to Western culture is it's almost impossible to measure. People hate on Yoko Ono, and yet I would argue that had it not been for Yoko Ono, probably the Beatles would not have gone in a more experimental direction that they did. And when you think of like what would have happened had the Beatles not done Sgt. Pepper's, had the Beatles not done, then maybe the Beach Boys wouldn't have done Pet Sounds, and then maybe, it just kind of starts to spiral into like all of the, just in terms of music, how that changed, but how the Beatles then influenced Western culture, Beatles going to India and recording music out there and then spreading Indian culture in the West. And I'm not saying Yoko Ono is purely responsible for that, and maybe the dates don't all line up properly, but even John Lennon, people, one thing they love about John Lennon is being this counterculture hero, of being kind of like the Beatle who's kind of some people would say George Harrison is kind of the wise man of the Beatles, but, people, give Paul McCartney a hard, I personally am a big Paul McCartney fan. He's my favorite of the Beatles. But I have my best friend can't stand Paul McCartney. He went with me to see Paul McCartney in Seattle last year, but he's a huge John Lennon fan. He's always like, "Oh, John Lennon was like the real, like the sage of the Beatles. He was like the guy who was really fighting for authenticity and wasn't writing silly little love songs, right? But had it not been for Yoko Ono, it's highly debatable whether John Lennon would have become that person that people love so much. Yoko Ono, as I just been talking about for the past hour, was like legit art world royalty and legit like avant-garde, like one of the most progressive artists of her generation. And had it not been for her and kind of bringing John Lennon into that world and introducing him to all of these important creators and thinkers and artists and musicians and experimental musicians like John Cage, Lamont Young, and so on and so forth, I mean, you would not have seen the Beatles' White Album for sure. You wouldn't have seen those experimental cut-up compositions that they did. And I mean, as I said, it's like, if you, it kind of boggles the mind. It's like an alternative universe had she not been there. So people give her all this hard time of breaking up the Beatles, and yet had she not been there, would we even be talking about the Beatles today? I mean, yeah, they probably would be important, but they probably would not be considered to be like the most important musical group of all time as people do. And I'm a huge Beatles fan, but I just, it's, yeah, people love who John Lennon became, but had it not been for Yoko Ono, he wouldn't have become that person. I mean, maybe a little bit, but Yoko, you know, blew his mind, opened him up to all of these other, this kind of, basically really questioned who the Beatles were. I think she was pretty kind of, you know, she wasn't, I don't think, particularly impressed that John Lennon was this super famous, wealthy, global celebrity. I think she's like, you write little songs about holding little girls' hands and talk about like bubblegum love, like, great. I mean, you know, I'm surrounded by people who are really exploring the nature of reality and trying to you know, philosophers and musicians who are really challenging how to compose and write songs. And, you know, like, compared to them, you're just like a little boy playing in a sandbox. Like, grow up, John, right? And boy, did he ever, right? And kind of, for better or worse, Western culture kind of was impacted depending on how much you see that having happened. And so I really think it is an incredible tragedy that this incredible woman who had such a huge impact on the world has been so unfairly maligned. And I think probably, unfortunately and sadly, people aren't going to come to that realization for a while. I think it's going to take, you know, maybe another generation or two for that to click in people's minds, for people to come around and realize, oh, really? Like, look at what like, I think, you know, it's be one of those things that when she passes away and there's, you know, these retrospectives on CNN and stuff, and people start digging up some of that footage of some of her important performances, and people like these talking heads start talking about her impact, that there's going to be a massive reevaluation of Yoko Ono and her place in modern art and contemporary culture, because I think certainly the things that she did continue to play a major role in the kinds of art and music that we appreciate to this day. So, yeah, like Lolly says, I had no idea she's always just been referred to as John Lennon's wife. I had no idea she was such a successful artist in her own right. Totally. I think, I mean, that's sort of one of the reasons why I wanted to really talk about her today, is because I think it is really hard to think of another artist who had such a huge impact on the world and yet has been so unfairly treated by by generations now of people. So, and I mean, and she's also her son, Sean Lennon, who is, I think, an incredible. Well, her and obviously John had a son. Sean and Julian Lennon, by the way, are incredible musicians. I own many albums by both of those artists, and both of whom sound and look uncannily like John. And unfortunately, I think Julian's been kind of also mistreated. The whole family has been kind of mistreated. I think maybe Sean Lennon might have had sort of the easiest, if you could say that, of all of the kind of the people in John Lennon's circle. But yeah, I mean, when a figure gets to that level of prominence, I think it's sort of like a vortex that just sort of sucks everyone in, and everyone, it becomes kind of altered in some way. Okay, I know I've been talking forever, over like an hour and a half about this, but this is something I've just been thinking about for years now that I wanted to express. So, I think these are dry enough and ready to paint on, right? Are we ready to go on this? So, I guess we'll just, how do I want it? I guess I'll call this, how do I want to call this? I'm going to call this, so, now that these canvases are nice and dry, what I want to do is I want to apply some tape on top of them, and then do an image transfer of our original image here by John and Yoko, or Yoko and John, as I like to think of it. So, again, the main thing here is we want to make sure these both surfaces are as dry as humanly possible. We don't want the paint to adhere to the tape, otherwise it's going to be a disaster. And who knows, knock on wood, that might still happen, and you'll be able to witness what happens to a person's mind when they see that unfold. I'm pretty sure that we're going to be okay, but stay tuned, because you never know what's going to happen. Lolly says, we love listening, Michael. I don't even know what we're painting tonight. I'm just here for the chat. Okay. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to apply some tape onto these canvases, and then I'm going to trace this out, and then I'm going to cut these shapes, the letter forms out, and then apply paint into those spaces. So, this also, by the way, is your painter's tape. This is the 3M Scotch stuff. This number 2060. Maybe just zoom in. It's not that I've chosen this particular brand for its particular. It's just, I think any kind of painter's tape is good. And I have actually done this a few times, testing out different tapes, and I've been able to find that actually your regular Scotch tape, like your, that kind of beige. I don't have any right here. I thought I did, but works pretty well. You can get away with that for sure. So I'm going to put this tape down. And I'm gonna just trying to think about. Yeah, okay, let's keep doing this. was thinking about folding those edges over right now, but I'm going to eventually cut them all off, so it doesn't really matter. See, I'm just layering the tape a little bit to help create so the paint can't sneak under those surfaces. Like, a mistake might be to try to do that and line it right up. There could, if you could do it really well, that could work. But if there's a little gap in there, unless you really seal it, it could be problematic. I mean, hey, let's do that on this one. We'll do both. Because now that I say that, I'm starting to think, well, maybe it might be better. So before I just poo-poo the idea, let's see if we can do it. Okay, I'm also going to create a little border here, and I might as well just do this with the tape. I guess I could have done that on the top there as well, but that's not quite straight. Ah, good enough for government work. Okay. Let's just fold this over here like that. We're gonna peel all this stuff around the edges off, just so it's less kind of a mess. So now I'm going to try to layer this, or not layer, put this paint on side by side. So there's a little gap in a few of these places. Another little gap. Too small again. That's hard. Let's show you here. Let's maybe. Now I could just keep peeling the tape up and trying to get it to lay nice and no gaps, but you know what? I think we're going to be okay. I would also, encourage you to try to use wider tape. If we do use really thin tape, one thing is that it's a little bit easier to kind of flex and kind of warp a little bit. Not a huge deal, but you might just find it gets a little bit harder to make straight lines with really thin tape. Okay. So now I'm just trying to see if I can get the border to be the same, which might mean I will overlap just a little bit. It might be a little bit wider. So there's a little bit of overlap there. That's okay. I'll keep these just in case instead of crumpling them up. So now, oh, I'm glad I got this. Okay, because this is what I can use this for. Okay, so now that I've got this, I'm going to apply... let's do the white one first, actually. For no particular reason. I guess just put it right in the middle, right? Just trying to... It is a little bit tricky to see where those edges are. Okay. Oh, there's my carbon paper. It's sitting here on the table this whole time and I lost track of it. Okay. So now I'm going to use some of this carbon transfer paper. I probably should have tested this to make sure that the carbon paper is in fact going to go onto the tape. Okay, good, good. Whew, that's good to know. Let's get a ruler. Just double check. Beautiful, that's what we want. It's always a good idea just to double check if you can the progress, just so that we don't get all the way through and then realize, I had the carbon paper upside down. So just showing you again how I'm doing this. See how I'm just sort of going over these lines? It doesn't matter if it looks pretty or not. Although, I will say, maybe should be a little bit more careful because I could be making indentations into the paint. Okay, I'll put that down as maybe a learning experience. Now that I have said that, I'm like, oh, uh-oh. Am I going to see that big line going across there? Well, we learn from our mistakes, and so maybe you'll learn from my mistakes. Okay. So maybe I should... I probably should have started on the other one that I... just a old used canvas. Probably would have been smart for me to start there so that if I made any mistakes, then I've kind of... Okay. We'll do the other text there later. Okay. I'm going to do... I was just thinking to myself, you know what? Maybe a good idea to just cut this one. Now... And that way I might encounter some problems while doing this so that I don't repeat it a second time. Okay, so I got a nice little edge around the sides. That's great. Love it. And how about let's start cutting into this surface here. So where should we start? Let's start with. No, I'm going to cut just a little bit more. You could use the ruler for this. I feel relatively confident with my ability to keep a relatively straight hand. Just cutting just a tiny bit before and after, not a lot, but that will hopefully help me remove the tape without it snagging. Sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't on camera there. It is a little bit hard to remember what I've cut and what I haven't now. It's pretty hard to see now, I think. I did that one, but not this one. Well, I will find out soon enough which ones I neglected to cut. I'm going to just do all of this and then I'll peel it all at once. O's are going to be tricky. Obviously, you want a really sharp blade. This is a brand new box cutter. So it is very sharp. There's something kind of absurd to me about doing this painting like this. Kind of taking a Fluxus work and kind of recreating it in paint in this way. Same thing with that. Well, at least it'll be consistent. Should we peel this off now? Let's do it. So I just want to be careful that when you peel this off, that you might accidentally peel, if you cut too intensely, press too hard, you might actually cut into the canvas. And I did that. I've done that before on this channel. So you just want to be careful when you're peeling this tape off to just take your time. It's not a hurry. You don't want to be too aggressive. With this type of thing, when you're using tape, it's all about patience. It's all about the prep that goes into making it, as opposed to because the actual painting is going to go by very quick. It's going to take, minutes to do. It's all this laborious work beforehand, getting it all ready. Okay, so I'll start from the top down going forward. So there is, my fingers are a little bit dirty, so I'm getting these little fingerprints in there, but I'm going to paint all that black anyway, so it's not so important that it's nice and clean and pretty. I'm protecting the white here with this tape, right? Obviously I could go and wash my hands, but gosh, that would just be too easy, wouldn't it? But as I said, I'm going to paint all over it, so I'm not like I'm going to lose any sleep over. I should go without saying, but maybe it's worth just mentioning, is anytime you're using cutting tools, you want to be careful not to cut yourself, right? To take your time, and you don't want to hurt yourself while you're making your artwork. I'm actually super surprised I haven't had any canvas tear through yet. I'm sure I've cut deep enough for that to happen. What that tells me is that this canvas is actually probably is pretty good quality, in that the canvas is well adhered to the board beneath it. I have done this on some cheap canvases, and it's almost like as if it's just glued around the edges, and then the interior is just kind of sitting on that surface, and it wants to kind of peel away with the tape. So that tells me that these canvases that I use, these Fix Smith brand, is actually is good. That you may never even ever use these canvases for this purpose, but if you were to, it's going to hold up pretty well. Okay, so there's a little aggressive there, but I'm hoping when I apply paint over there, I'll make up for that. This is also one of the tasks that often, if you ever become an artist assistant, this is the kind of stuff that you would be tasked with doing all day long. So if you worked for someone like Jeff Koons, you'd probably, there'd be some people who would just be doing this day after day, year after year. Okay. Now, just out of curiosity, something I probably should have done a little while ago. It's slightly crooked, a little bit crooked. Not too bad, but it'll probably look a tiny bit crooked when we're all done. It's confusing because, you know, the tape, I didn't, you know, bother to try to make it particularly straight at all. And you can see down here towards the bottom how the way, because I tried to get that straight, but how it's kind of, anyway. That's cool. I mean, that looks kind of nice just like that. I don't know about you folks, but I kind of like that. So, you know what? I'm going to do the other one now while that's, I'm in that mode. Sometimes I like to try to, you know, while my brain is still in one mode, before I move on, let's just do this. And you could always go get a sandwich and come back, and I'll still be painting. Okay, so maybe this time, let's learn all the lessons from the previous one here. Let's try to measure that. Okay, I'm a little bit higher than the last one. Look at that, perfect. Look at that. That one is eagle eyes. But of course, yeah. Well, no, that's right. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say maybe the printer was a little bit skewed. It looks like it's pretty straight, but you never know, right? So let's do this again. Let's use a different color of pen. Do I have another? I'm sure I've got hundreds of them. Can I reach one? Good that I have a bunch of pens that don't work. You know, you never know when you might not need to write something. Okay, actually... Okay, yeah, let's do this since I got this out. Alright, let's just do it. I was going to think about trimming the edges, but I've got this already on here, so we'll just... So this one, if I'm going to paint red over the green, is going to be like electric. Basically creating like an optical illusion, which could make this one really unappealing. So I'm just... I mean, I could paint it white. I mean... I don't know, what color do you think... If this is going to be a little bit more of a Christmas-themed one, red would be... You know, is red and green are Christmassy colors, but they're also pretty intensely clashing colors. What color would, should I do red letters, or do you think I should opt for something else instead? And I could use pink. Pink's not very Christmassy color, though, is it? Lolly says red would be the most Christmassy. That's true. Ooh, Lolly says, why don't you gold and add glitter? That is also very Christmassy, too. Gold, eh? Oh, well, this is a gold paint. Lisa says gold as well. I don't know. You might have come up with a pretty darn good idea there, Lolly. I would not have occurred to me. My first instinct was to go for that, you know, electric red. But gold is just as Christmassy as red, right? This is also one of the reasons why I love making multiple paintings at the same time. I probably mentioned a few times over the years that when I'm making my own artwork, I do exactly this. In fact, I would probably do like 5 or 6 copies at the same time, so that I have lots of options, and it gives me opportunity to play a little bit, because if I got lots of options, I might decide, well, I'll do one in green, one in red, one in gold, and we'll just see, you know. That way I don't have to kind of choose one or the other and kind of always wonder what it would have looked like. I literally have them. I'm like, oh, well, I did them all. Because, you know, it's often the one that you're like, That would probably be stupid, wouldn't it? It would probably be a waste of time. I won't do it. Sometimes those are the ones that, the very one that turns out, like, I mean, I don't want to jinx myself because I have no idea, but it's entirely possible. Like, this is the one that I've sort of been like, well, you know, it's an old canvas a student of mine in the past was going to throw out, so it's, you know, I can play with it, and if it doesn't turn out well, it was going to go in the trash anyway, no big deal. And then I goofed on the applying the paint there before it was dry. And I know I could cut these right now, but you know what? One thing I'd like doing sometimes is just, maybe it's my past life as a carpenter. You know, you measure twice, cut once, right? So just before yeah, because I think that could be a little, but both of these could be, well, that one's I think good. I think this one's fine, the other one I'm going to change. It's a bit more of a pain in the butt to do this when it's not all taped on, layered on top of one another. So you gotta peel them off individually. Should I do gold around the whole thing? See this? Why did that seem so much more narrow? It does seem more narrow, doesn't it? Okay, so that's again, that's why I like doing this. I'm just gonna widen that a little bit. You know, the good thing about using methods like this is it just gives you more confidence using methods like this. Like, there was a time where, even some of the earliest episodes where I did do tape like this, I was pretty stressed about doing it, because I hadn't done it very much of the time. My previous artwork was very painterly. And, like, never using rulers, never using tape. Like, what kind of idiot would ever use tape for something? That's so anal retentive and time-consuming. And so kind of avoided doing it except when I absolutely needed on my own work for, like, borders and things. But through these episodes, doing it, you know, I don't know how many times, probably like, what, 10, 12 times or so I've done artworks that have tape components to them. And it's just made my confidence with using this particular technique go through the roof. It's like, oh yeah, no worries, I could do that. And so when you gain skills like that, it just gives you so many more options. You know, like, over the past few weeks, my students, university students, art students, have been presenting their final projects. And one thing I encouraged them all to do was to use the projects as a way to teach themselves new skills, like learn new software, use the wood shop, learn how to use the table saw in the wood shop. And not everybody did. You know, some of them just did what they were already capable of doing, but some really took some big chances. And I'm generally, you know, I always reward people for doing something outside of their comfort zone. So it's like, yes, makes me so excited, because then I would say to them, like, wow, now that you taught yourself Photoshop with this project, it's just going to make it, all of the options available to you just become, tripled. The possibilities, instead of being, I can't do that because I don't know Photoshop. It's like, oh yeah, I could do that. I could do it in 5 minutes on Photoshop. What else? Right? All of a sudden the world opens up, and it's so exciting. You're not limited by your skills. That's already cut there. Fortuitous, the line happens to be right between the tapes, so that's perfect. Did I cut those edges? I think so. Okay, so if I do the lettering in gold, should I do the border in gold too, or should that be red? I think now that you say gold, I'm kind of set on gold. Should it just be all gold? Gold and green? Those are pretty Christmassy colors, gotta say. Oh, well, you know what? I don't have a gold Posca pen, but I do have red Posca pen. I could write the red if you wanted. And John and Yoko, I could be in black, maybe. I don't know which lines I've done here already. Have I done all these lines? This is the thing when you're chatting away like this. Sometimes you kind of lose the plot a bit. I'm not sure which ones I've done and which ones I haven't yet. Doesn't hurt to cut them again, I guess. I'm sure there's a hack that somebody who does this every day has come up with. You could probably use a pen or something to go like, okay, did this line. You just sort of mark off the lines you've done. I do that line, maybe. Can't quite tell. should probably be careful about scratching my face when I've got a razor blade on the end of my fingers, shouldn't I? Kind of embarrassing. Where did you get that brutal cut? Well, I have to come up with something a little bit more clever than painting. Oh yeah, of course now all of this is going to be a bit of a pain because all of these are non-connected pieces of tape. So I guess this is why it's good to experiment. What is it? I forgot to do this line here too. We can all learn the pros and cons of different methods. So some of these kind of scratched areas are, when I apply paint over them, I should be able to kind of conceal them pretty well. I hope. Just means sort of maybe applying a slightly thicker coat of paint. I have friends that do tape paintings, or use tape a lot in their paintings, and they all have their own kind of little proprietary techniques and methods. Some are pretty secretive about how they do it. They don't like to give it away. I think there's a little bit of anxiety that some people see this approach as being cheating. That you should, if you were a good painter, the skilled painter, you wouldn't need tape to get sharp lines. You would just be able to use your magical abilities to do a perfect job. Which I think is kind of funny. I don't know. It seems like society and artists themselves have these like really unreasonable expectations as to like what someone's capable of. And partly that's because artists have been so secretive about their techniques for so long that we've sort of been, we're under the assumption that people like Leonardo da Vinci or something just sort of appeared out of nowhere like a space alien, able to do these incredible things that were the people before him weren't able to do. And no one likes to talk about the fact that artists were using tools like lenses, and I don't know if Leonardo himself used, I'm not sure if he ever used the camera obscura or not. But he certainly would have... Uh-oh, that's peeling away. So, okay, let me just show you what that looks like. Could be bad news here. So, let me focus that. So you could see how when I peeled this tape up, paint came off on the bottom side. That tells me that the paint underneath might not have been fully dry when I applied the paint or the tape to it. Okay. Not sure why it's not peeling up on the other side. Maybe I was just really aggressive. I'm not sure what. Well, keep an eye on it. I was expecting more of that, considering kind of just the speed at which I was applying those layers and stuff. I mean, artists have always been like little small businesses, and some instances much bigger than small businesses. And just like any business is always a little bit protective of their methods and techniques. And artists don't like don't like sharing that information necessarily with just anybody. So that's part of my goal with these drawing classes and painting classes, is to democratize art and to make it more accessible to people and give people an opportunity to because I just think that, and I say this all the time, but I think that more people who are able to express themselves in different ways, express themselves in less violent ways, kind of the more peaceful world we would all live in, right? And don't we all want that? Okay. Lolly says, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button, everyone. I appreciate that. Thank you, Lolly. Razia, Cobra. Oh, I missed that. And Snow Knight is in the chat. Nice to see. A. Logan. Oh, look at all these people. Chase is there. Nice. Chase likes black and gold. Black could be nice. Black. That is good. I like that. A. Logan says, a finished pick with deep cut layers could make a number of copies. Oh, we could certainly make a stencil with this. I mean, really, there's only a few places where the stencil would be a little bit tricky in those little bits, but that could be easily overcome. That's a great point. John says, I use finger paint. Is that possible? As an artist, Michael, my abstract looks nice. I think you've got better paint than that, John. I've seen a few of your paintings. Chase says, Mike, have you seen Jamaica? I've never been to Jamaica, but I am aware of Jamaica. Oops. And there, my computer just went to sleep. Let's... I would love to go to Jamaica. Never been to Jamaica. I was almost stabbed in Jamaica. Yikes, that is scary. Snow Knight says, can we have more How to Draw episodes? By the way, I'm on episode 34. Wow, great job. I'm so proud of you for getting that far. Yes, eventually I'm going to make more. I do want to get a little further in the painting episodes, though. Okay, should be able to. Okay, we're doing well. I'm just looking at the time because I'm thinking about. I want to get that sushi I've been thinking about all week. Reward myself for finishing out these classes lately. Okay, so let's zoom out here. Just show you what I've got. Does that not look a little bit crooked? That bottom, how did that get kind of... Well, we'll see. Maybe it's crooked, maybe it's not. I don't know. Sure is a little bit funky. Okay. So next step is I'm going to apply some matte medium onto the painting here. Just thinking about brush sizes. Okay, I think... Oh, actually, you know what? It's time for a new... Yeah. Whew. Okay, so we did the initial tracing and then the cutting of the stencil out. Now we're going to apply some matte medium to seal in or seal around the edges so that we can get nice, clean, sharp lines, because we don't want any paint sneaking in underneath the tape. I have done episodes like this where I've just tested painting without using any medium, and I was actually pleasantly surprised at how well it turned out. There were a little bit more instances where paint kind of bled under, but I was actually surprised at how little that happened. Maybe even before I do that, I'm just going to run my finger along these edges just to try to help burnish the tape down. I don't want to do too hard because, again, if this is really intensely adhered to the paint layer below, it's possible I might peel that paint off. In fact, I'm just going to be even lighter as I go around here. I'm just using the top of my fingernail. Not so you could use the edge of your nail, and that's what I was using. But then I'm like, yeah, you know what? That might make for... I already had that paint peel up there. Okay. So I'm going to put some of this matte medium here. Right, matte medium. Like Oprah, or not Oprah, Vanna White used to do, right? Matte medium, there we go. So matte medium, again, is just clear paint. And I'm applying this so that the paint can... If paint does sneak under, then it's clear paint rather than gold, perhaps, right? If that's what we've decided to do here. Now I should be going a little bit slower than this. I'm just starting to get a little hungry. But technically I kind of just want to be, let's say, brushing away, like this is the way I really should be doing it. So that I'm not pushing paint under the tape. But as I said, I've done this enough times that I've seen it work pretty well without even doing this step. Not as, this is definitely going to help get about as sharp lines as I possibly can. But as I said, I've done it without it, and it's worked pretty good. So if you don't have matte medium, or you're just impatient, you can probably get away without it. Okay, let's also do these edges here. And I think hopefully it goes without saying again that, we don't want to put too much paint on here. We don't want to have big globs of paint, because that's, first of all, going to take longer to dry. But also, if it does dry, sometimes if it's really thick, it can make it hard to peel that tape off. The tape, because then you're trying to tear through a layer of paint, and acrylic paint turns into plastic when it dries. And just think about how hard it can be to tear certain kinds of plastic. Right? Think about trying to tear a plastic bag. It doesn't just tear like paper into a nice little line. It kind of pulls and stretches. And I've seen that happen when I've done these particular episodes before. Especially when I've kind of blopped paint on kind of a little bit sloppily. Kind of like what I'm doing right now. So one thing, just because it's clear, it can be sometimes hard to see where you might have accumulated big blobs of paint. And that might not be such a problem, but you might notice then you build up this like brushstroke texture that might look a little, not be as quite pleasant when your other color goes over top of that. If you want it, go for it. But just be mindful, if just like anything, if you want it to happen, great. But if you don't want it to happen, then maybe be a little bit more, and be conscious that it can happen and try to avoid it from happening. So, let's clean this up. Oh, this is great technical explanation and advice, Michael. Thank you. Oh. Razia is back. Good to see you there. Okay, so let's blow dry this here. Okay, that's pretty good. So one thing, there's sometimes little bits of paint that might accumulate. You know, it's like a snowdrift or something. Like this. You got your edge of the paint, and then you're brushing paint up and over. Sometimes there's this little gap of paint that might be a little bit still wet inside. Not such a problem, but the one thing that can happen is if they're kind of big and thick, is let's say you blow dry and you paint that, and then you start painting your other layer, and it's fine. You peel off the paint. If there's wet paint kind of hidden in those little areas, kind of in the little, what would you call it, like curbs or something, those little hidden areas, the paint could squish out or get on the tape when you peel it off, and so you just want to be mindful of that. Okay, so which one should we do first here? Maybe let's mix a black. I promised I would show people how to mix their own black paint earlier. And I'm probably, that's way more black, I mean, or more blue than I'm going to need to make a black paint. But, you know, whenever you're doing something like this, and especially if you're mixing your own paint, it doesn't hurt to kind of overestimate a little bit. So this is my cool blue, cool yellow, and warm red is how I make black paint. Obviously, I've got black tubes of paint right up there behind me, but I've always just found mixing my own black to be super satisfying. And, you know, I was even, you know, just looking at the original. I could use a little bit more. And I'm sure there were versions of it that were painted solid black. But if we look at... But if you look at this, it's sort of a little bit slightly grayish. And I kind of like that. I kind of like... I'm never the biggest fan of just solid black. Solid black always seems to me kind of just dead, lifeless. And there's very few things in the world that are solid black. Black usually there's often like some other colors in there. And so I want to try to capture a bit of that. Okay, so let's mix this together. Again, I got my cool blue, cool yellow, and warm red. And just for the educational portion of today's episode, the reason why this is going to create a black is that if we take our cool yellow and our cool blue, we mix them together, we're going to get a bright saturated green. What's the opposite of green on the color wheel? It's red, right? And when we mix two opposing colors together, they're going to cancel each other out. Now we can make, if we just add cool yellow, cool blue, and cool red together, we're more likely to get a brown. Whereas if we add these cool colors and a warm color, they're more likely to cancel each other out because they're further away from one another on the color wheel. This cool red is still a little bit closer to the cool blue, so I want something that's, you know, about as far away from those two colors as I could possibly get. And because they're opposite, when they cross through the neutral core, they turn into a black. Now, obviously, it's not going to turn out to be the perfect black. It's not going to be as black as the black that comes out of a tube. But it's going to be pretty close. I mean, it's going to be probably like a really dark gray, because just like most paints, there's usually a kind of a high, well, some level anyway of some level of titanium white that paint companies use as a filler. I should have mixed this a little bit slower. There's too much red in here, causing it to be a little bit more on the brown side of things. So why is it brown? What does that mean? Why did it go brown instead of black? Well, again, I'll bring the color wheel back down. Just make sure. This is double check by thoroughly mixing this together. Obviously, you see I wasn't using any measuring tools at all. So the reason this is brown is because I have a little bit too much red and yellow. And so brown tends to be is like an orange that's close to the neutral core. So that means I've got enough yellow and red, and probably a little bit too much red, quite frankly, because this is a very reddish brown. So I need more blue to pull this brown color into the middle. So whenever it's like one color and you're like, it's too much, like For instance, if this looked very purple, this would tell me I need more yellow to pull that color into the center. Or if it looked very green, I'd need more red. It's always the opposite color. But just before I do add more colors, just a good idea is to double, mix it in as thoroughly as possible, just to be absolutely sure. Oops, that might have been, well, might be too much. Oh, that's pretty good. I know when it's this dark, it can be really hard to tell what the color actually is. You're like, is that brown? I don't know. Does that look black? No, I don't know. It just looks dark. So the best way to double check how close your color is by taking a little bit of that color and mixing white into it. So maybe we'll do that here in a second, just to. That's pretty good, although, well, it still looks a tiny bit brown. But anyway, I'll put a bit here. Let's take a little bit of extra white paint. We take our brush, mix it together into a gray. Looks like I actually did it better. That's why, again, it can be super deceiving. Like, even I look at that and I'm like, that's hard to believe. I still feel it's a little bit brown, but there's nothing. If you test it and it looks the right color, then that could be deceiving. It could be these other brown colors around here in that red that is in my peripheral vision, sort of tricking my eye. Ollie says, I always find putting a little bit more blue than I think I need always works best when making my own black. That could work for sure. It also, again, it's also going to depend on the make of paint you're using, right? And that's why mixing a color wheel before you start painting anything is, I'm always harping on that, because that way you know for sure. Because it's possible that, different brands, not possible, it is absolutely certain that different brands use different concentrations and different types and sources of pigments. Some are all made in a laboratory, some are actual authentic mineral or organic pigments, and that could wildly throw off your mixture. Like, let's say you're using a really expensive red, cadmium red, actual cadmium red, and then you're using a cheap blue, cold blue from the dollar store, and you mix those together. I mean, you may find you need half as much red, because that really expensive paint probably has a very high concentration of pigment. Versus the cheap cold blue from the dollar store has very little pigment and maybe a lot of white as a filler. And trying to get that, and just saying, okay, it's 33% cool blue, cool red, and cool yellow, as I suggest, you might see, well, I need actually 40% cool blue and 20% warm red, and because the way that the pigment is distributed in those different two different paints could vary widely. So it's possible that different brands, even mixing within the same using three of the same brands from the same three paints from the same brand, they themselves might not get the same sort of results as we got here. And then, of course, color is also subjective too, right? What I might see might be different than other people. Okay, I'm going to make another intertitle here. So now I'm ready to start applying some paint onto these canvases. I applied the matte medium to seal around the tape, so hopefully I don't get any paint sneaking under here. And I just mixed up my own black. So let's apply this paint onto the surface here. I'm going to start by painting the letters. And again, I'm going to be kind of gentle. I was a little bit kind of a little bit rough when I was applying the matte medium because it's clear, and if some snuck underneath the tape, yeah, no worries. What that's in, using that matte medium is intended to kind of help prevent this black from getting underneath there. And so I'm applying this pretty gently. I don't want to push too hard and force paint underneath the tape. I'm also just sort of brushing back and forth along there just to make sure that the paint does kind of get into those nooks and crannies, but not so much so that it sneaks under the tape. So I'm holding the paintbrush very lightly. Like how lightly would how would I describe how lightly this paintbrush is in my hand? Like there's very little resistance. Like how would you hold a paintbrush like what would be analogous to this? Like I'm not gripping it, it's just sort of just lightly balancing in my fingers like this. That way it kind of helps prevent that paint from being pushed under the tape. Okay, so in my mind I'm just thinking, how do I want to do the rest of the text on this picture? Now that I've decided to mix my own black here, I could use a Posca pen to do all that, but the Posca pen is going to appear a little bit more black, and could look a little bit different than this. The benefit is it won't be touching this black, but it will be different. I could hand paint it, but it could get sloppy and act as a very jarring difference between these nice sharp lines, or hope knock on wood sharp lines, or it could look nice. Chase says, what's your favorite Dostoevsky book? My favorite is The Brothers Karamazov. I've never read The Brothers Karamazov. I've heard it's really good. Really one of my favorite books of all time is Crime and Punishment. I think that is also by Dostoevsky. I do really like Dostoevsky. What book did I... oh, I just... well, not just, but maybe a few months ago I ordered The Idiot. I love that name title of a book. A book like Crime and Punishment, I've read it a few times. It just blows my mind that that book was written like about 150 years ago. That book, and it kind of also surprises me that book hasn't been made. I mean, it's been made into a film a few times, but it's like, why isn't that movie, a major Hollywood movie starring George Clooney or somebody like? And when you say like, oh, it's it's a old Russian literature, I think people are like, oh yeah, I bet you that's really exciting. But it is like the most like it's basically a film noir. That's what it really is. It reminds me a lot of, was it James M. Cain? Like what's his book? Which I'm sure was inspired by Dostoevsky, called The Killer Inside Me, I think. Like film noir being like The Maltese Falcon, or The Big Sleep. All these Dashiell Hammett books, Raymond Chandler. Chinatown was kind of a neo-noir. Ooh, that looks great. Okay, so let's blow dry that, and then I think I'll apply a second coat of paint on here. Okay. Let's do this again. Coat number 2. So especially now after a coat of medium and the first coat of black, I should feel pretty secure that it's extremely unlikely for any of this coat of paint to sneak under. It's still possible. Anything's possible, but it's very unlikely. So I can take a little bit more chances, be a little bit kind of more aggressive with applying paint on here. I probably still shouldn't, but I should feel a little bit better about it. Also, the paint was a little bit streaky the first time around, so ideally this should only need 2 coats of this. But I mean, again, depending on the brand of paint you're using, you may need a 3rd one if you're really looking to get something super solid. It shouldn't hurt. The only thing I would say, though, is just be careful about adding too thick of layers, because it could tear when you're trying to peel that paint off. And if the paint is really adhered to the tape along those edges, sometimes it doesn't want to tear. I've sometimes even had to use an X-Acto knife to cut the tape, or the paint away from the tape. I'm sure that's happened in one of these episodes, actually. So I'm just looking around these edges. I don't care about completely covering up what was there before. In fact, I want to leave a little bit of it there. But if there's kind of big glaring things, I don't really want to see it from the front. Those are the little kind of things I want to see from the side. Or me or somebody else looks at it from the side, they can see, oh, there's a little bit of yellow under there. There's a bit of white under there. Cool. So, okay, cool. Let's let that dry on its own. And I'm just going to scoop up this extra paint. Jeannie says, I love reading or listening to audiobooks, especially when walking the dogs. Educated is a great book. Who wrote Educated? I'm not familiar with that. Jeannie's in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Well, I'll be darned. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Never been to Oklahoma. On my list, I have a friend who's right now working down in Nashville, Tennessee. I mean, it's not obviously there, but it's close, relatively close, closer than where I am right now, that's for sure. I'm sure a lot warmer. Although, I think one thing as Canadians are often surprised by how cold we can get in some of those southern states. Okay. Or I guess everything is, for us, everything is just further south. Okay, so we decided on gold, did we not? Now, I could just start painting. So what I've got here, I don't have a gold in Amsterdam paint. And maybe they sell a gold. In fact, I probably have one. I'm not going to go explore. I'll use this. So this here is iridescent gold. But if I just paint it over top of this green, it's likely that it's going to be still semi-transparent. So what I want to do instead is paint white and then paint a few layers. I mean, one of the nice things with these golden brands of paint, and this is, one of the reasons why it's a little bit more expensive, is you can see that they've printed these black stripes on there. And those black stripes, and then they paint the paint over top of those black stripes. And what that does is it shows us how transparent or opaque that paint is. In fact, you know what? I do have more gold paint here. Maybe let me just see if I can dig some up, and we could just see maybe a little bit of the difference between. Well, I do have more gold paint, but I can't find it, so I'm going to use this. I do have gold glitter. Tinsel embossing powder. Interesting. Previously on the Santa painting, I used this. That might have been a better choice. Looks like they're slightly smaller. I don't know if I'll need this. I mean, part of the idea of this iridescent is that it's almost got, it's like kind of glittery to begin with, right? It's as we kind of turn it, it will act like glitter. So I think I might just use this on its own without any glitter. The only thing I am slightly worried about is how that is really transparent. And it does make me think if I just paint white here, I might see a lot of white coming through. So I start thinking maybe it would be more effective rather than just painting a pure white if I made a kind of similar kind of goldish color that I used for the Warhol the other day. But still being white dominant. Just so it's not... Yeah, okay, let's do that. Let's take... Start flicking paint all over the place. I don't need a lot of this. I'm just... Got a little bit of this warm yellow. Oops, that's probably too much. Okay, so what I just took is my warm yellow, a little bit of warm red, and a tiny bit of warm blue. Mix that together. That's baggy too. I don't want to get too much of that red in there. It's definitely. Let's put more yellow in here. This will be interesting. I mean, I do probably could. Let's put more yellow in there. I'm afraid that this is going to look a little bit too pastel. That is pretty intensely. Do we just have to squeeze actual paint out of a tube, Michael? There we go. Sit here embarrassing myself how cheap I am sometimes. I just want to get every drip of paint out of the tube. Okay, that's good, but I need a bit more blue in here just to... There we go. So we could really play with this for a while, seeing what we get, but I think this is going to be good enough. Well, yeah, let's start here. Now that I see this, I feel like maybe it should have been a little bit darker. Which is fine. I mean, actually, you know, I was even going to say to myself, let's just paint this white to start, and then we can darken it, put a gold over top. So this is certainly satisfies the white aspect of things. And I would even venture to say this is probably better than having white, because if white did sneak under... I am being pretty aggressive with this paint now that I'm just thinking about it. If white did sneak under... I'd prefer this color, perhaps, rather than white sneaking underneath the tape. We want some to overpower that red, or sorry, green. In fact, I may even just paint this a second time. Like one of the, like, if it's not clear already, part of like being an artist is really experimenting, at least especially historically, like artists playing with different pigments. I've said many times before that, like, if you were to walk into an artist's studio like Leonardo da Vinci's studio 500 years ago, it would have been hard to discern the difference between his studio and a scientist's laboratory, right? Especially Leonardo, of all artists. Absolutely. But really all artists were kind of like that. They're all really experimenting, coming up with their own concoctions of mixtures of paints. And you know, it's relatively, I mean, extremely relatively recent that artists were able to have kind of consistent pigments. The fact that people watching right now on the other side of the planet can go and buy the same paint that I'm using was basically impossible up until maybe, I don't know, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say even just a couple decades, right? Prior to that, you know, even not too long ago, you'd have various different paint companies in each kind of country or region that would be making paint. And unless you had a lot of money to be able to import paint from Europe or something, you would use whatever you had was being made locally. Well, he says 4:40 in the morning here. I should have been asleep ages ago, but I must see this tape removed. Oh my goodness. Lolly. I appreciate that, but my goodness. Jeannie says, I watched a documentary on artists and the making of colors. It was very interesting. I'd love to know which one that is. I've seen a few of them over the years, but it's always nice to know what you guys are watching. There's definitely, I'm not the, I haven't seen everything. Yeah, let's move that out of the way for a moment. Let's mix a darker version of this color. Why did I put so much red in there just now? Inquiring minds want to know. And where did my... Okay, I'm like, where did my palette go? If I could find where I put my... Oh, right there. Never mind. Literally in front of my face. Definitely should be have more yellow in it. That's more like the color I want. I think that's going to create a really nice glow. I think. I don't know. This is just like a science experiment. Kathy says, I'm back for the finale. Or close? And Lois says, yeah, you're back in just time for the best bit. Lois says, we've been going green and gold for Christmas this year. That's great. Okay, and Kathy says, I'm obsessed since I was swimming and I wanted to check back in as soon as I got home. Oh, goodness, you guys are so crack me up. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Oh, that's nice. Okay. So I think this will work quite nicely. Just want to make sure it's kind of even. Again, it's entirely, I mean, I could do a whole bunch of different tests, and that would have been a smart thing to do. You know, if I was doing this as like a commission for someone, that would be the best bet, is to test it a few times, and you know, I wouldn't have to paint this whole painting multiple times. It'd just be, you know, I could maybe write one letter or something. And see how that behaves. Oh, I'm just realizing. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this could be my downfall. I've been kind of sloppy about paint on these in between. That's why I normally layer the paints. So we will see if there's little bits of paint that have snuck in between there. I think that's going to happen. I will be blown away if that hasn't happened. It's possible that it hasn't happened, but I think very, very unlikely. So just, I mean, it's just again a good reminder to myself why I do certain things. It's good to question one's methods, one's own methods occasionally, and just to see if you're just doing something out of habit. Kind of just ran out of paint. I'm done here. I mean, there's be a little bit of paint that, in fact, maybe that's kind of nice, a bit lighter around the edges here. Okay, let's blow dry that and then apply the gold. The gold paint, and then we'll do the great peel that everyone's been asking for. Peel, 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 peel. Okay. Chase asked, Mike, I was wondering if you had interest in painting the Ukrainian flag because it's an awesome flag. I haven't painted the Ukrainian flag. I have lots of Ukrainian flags around, but the closest I did a Mark Rothko painting. You can kind of see it back there, covered up with junk. I did a few of them. almost 2 years ago at the start of Russia's invasion, and that one was kind of fun. If you were looking for some weird, very unconventional approaches to acrylic painting, I mixed egg whites in that acrylic paint. I think I put some other things in there because Mark Rothko did do that. Now, that painting has nothing to do, his original painting has nothing to do with Ukraine. But, oh, is it still a little wet? Oh, yeah, no, maybe. Maybe I should blow dry that again a second. Yes, and as Lolly says, I've done about 12 paintings focusing on Ukrainian artists as well. If you want to see some Ukrainian content. Oh, it's been a while. Now that I'm just like, I don't know if I must have used this paint somewhere. Oh, I was like, at the end of the day, I'm like, oh my goodness, what if this paint is all dried up inside? Wow, that is beautiful. Oh my goodness, I'll show you this paint. It probably just looks like one of these colors here, but in person, that is gorgeous. Holy smokes. I'm gonna use a clean, dry brush. Let's see. I'm not sure how this will show up on camera. Oh yeah, it's super transparent. Okay, I'm glad that I painted some color underneath here, because boy oh boy, this is, I probably would have to do 4 or 5 layers of, at least, I mean, I might have to do at least one more layer of this here. Just have to remember not to get too impatient and try to do 2 layers at once, otherwise the paint won't dry and it could turn into a big mess. So I mean, some things that drive me crazy is I can see, especially now that this is a very glossy, reflective paint, places where I picked the oh man, wow, it really reveals all of my sloppiness here. Places where I picked at the paint with my fingernail to peel it off, and that's covered up with several layers of paint, is just, it's like as if it's right there on the top surface. Well, that's good to know. I mean, and as I think it's like, well, that's kind of should be pretty obvious to me, because it's so reflective that any variation in the surface underneath is going to be extremely apparent, right? So, I mean, look at how that just shines. It's really bright. So, the lesson is to either be way more careful with picking that tape off when using such a reflective, glossy material, or paint like this, or to be you know, when I go in and put that previous layer to pay special attention to try to cover that up. Oops, here my computer just fell asleep. Ooh. So another thing that starts making me a little bit worried is all of these layers of paint might make it difficult to remove the tape. Just makes me a little bit worried because I don't know how I got glazing fluid, 2 layers of paint, and so there'll be glazing fluid. That's 5 layers of paint around the edge of that tape. That's pushing it. Okay, there's my gold. Let's do another layer of gold, and that should be good. Woo! Wow, that is even more intense. That second coat. Wow. Like I said, just leave any unremovable tape in place and pretend it's wrapping paper. Wow. I wonder why I've had this paint sitting around the studio for probably 10 years. I'm actually amazed that it's still, you know, in great shape and I can still use it. Sometimes paint it's been sitting around for a while, starts to harden up, and I've done that with tubes of paint that have been sitting around the studio for far less than years. Again, I'm not sure how long this has been here, but you open it up and it's all dried inside. In fact, speaking of Peebo and why I hate Peebo, I got 2 of these tubes of paint. Both ones I bought, and then I went to go use them, and they're totally dry inside. Like it's like a, it's like rubber or something. So that's like $30 worth of paint down the drain. And I could, I guess, go to, and because it happened so long ago, I can't just return it. I mean, I could go and, how would I was gonna say I could go buy a new tube of paint. I don't know, start coming up with scams here. How I could try to return it and get my money back, even though. Lesson learned, though. That's why I'm not a fan of that brand. They've burned me in every single way possible, so. Lesson learned. Ooh. That's great. It does make me feel like maybe my green should have been a little bit darker, a little bit more like a racing green. I think would work really well with this bright gold. But let's I'll blow dry one more time and start the great peel of 2023. Well, as I feel now you've discovered gold, every painting's gonna be extra sparkly in the next few episodes. That's possible. Wow, okay. Okay, I think I'm gonna wash my hands because I want to do some of this. We're gonna do peeling next, and ideally my hands will be nice and clean so that I don't transfer any kind of bits of maybe even dried paint onto the surface. I'm gonna mute the microphone. Okay. Move a few things out of the way here. Okay. Now I think we're ready for the moment of truth where we start trying to peel some tape off of these surfaces, things we've been working on here for the past 5 hours or so. I'm going to start with the one that we've done here with the white background with black lettering, just to give that one just a little bit extra time to dry, because I just want to make sure that any paint that's in these sort of grooves has an opportunity to dry, so that when I'm peeling it, I'm not smearing wet paint around it. I've just cleaned my fingers, so that should help with this whole process here. So another advantage having the tape kind of layered over top of one another, it also makes it easier for me to find places to peel this paint, right? I can just sort of pull a little tab open like that. I'm not worried about scratching into the surface as I did with that previous one. So for me, just this episode has been I'm learning a few things that are going into the memory bank here. Of like, oh, that's a good idea. That's a good reason why I've been doing that all this time. So let's find a place here. Top. A lot going on here, so I may even just tear that so that I can. Oh, it looks like a little bit of something snuck under. Actually, is that just the canvas tour there? I'm not sure what that is. Ooh. Okay, that looks like it's the canvas that I've cut into that is pulling up temporarily. It's probably pretty hard to see, and that's a good thing. Okay, that's turning out well. There's a few little glitches. I think I can correct those. Let's come back up here. Does make me think I maybe need to go get my... Okay, so there's the paint peeling up here. Pulling away, it was really stuck there. That's usually my greatest fears, is less so that the paint sneaks under the tape than the paint tries to peel away. Ah! It's okay, it's just... Ha 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 ha! So I gotta pay attention, Michael. Michael, you gotta be paying attention here. I'm looking at one part of the picture. There's another one. You see, this is the... I can fix that, but... Oh. have to go and grab a set of tweezers for some of this here. Yeah, I think, let's just, I'll zoom back out so you can see where I'm at right here. I mean, that's kind of cool like that. Not what I want, but I'm just going to run and grab some tweezers. I think that would help. Okay. Well, as long as anybody doesn't look too closely at this. Okay. Maybe this is something I can do, those little details, later on when I'm bored. Let's just get the majority of this stuff off. So this is sort of my worst fears here of kind of come true. Oh no. See that paint pulling away here. So that's my, I'm peeling now my Imprimatura off. So that's actually the raw canvas right there. In the middle of that A. That's, so had that been, let's say if white, let's say I painted this green as like my next painting. Instead of green being there, that would be white. Oh, no. Okay, so what I think I must do here is just cut along these lines in order to help this tape removal process. I mean, one thing that is possible is, you know, maybe the other one turns out better. It may be just the different pigments will create an easier or less likely to peel, or I just need to go really slow. I might be just trying to do it too fast because I'm on camera and I want to be entertaining, but I think this is just requires oh my goodness. One thing I do notice is that when it does peel away, the paint, because it's kind of plastic, it does seem to kind of shrink back down. I do wonder if I waited too long to peel the paint off. And maybe trying to do two paintings like this at the same time has been my downfall here. Meaning maybe while this one's still a little bit, let's start on this one, on the gold one, and because it's not hasn't been dried for that long. Also tore the paint there, just the same sort of thing. Man, I'm trying to get, I should have, if I was thinking ahead of time, I could have put like some sort of piece of what could I put, some sort of something under here to resist the tape so that I would very easily be able to see or peel it up. And there you can see that's what happens when there's that gap of paint. Now I might be able to pick away that a little bit. Now this is a cheaper canvas, so I can feel the canvas sort of lifting up a little bit underneath the tape as I pull it away. I don't think it's glued down to the surface. Now this looks nice. I like the color choice. I think, Lolly, your suggestion is to use gold is I think going to be spot on. It's actually tearing very well. Maybe even a little bit better than the previous one, which is, I don't know why that would happen, but that's okay. Yeah, so far this has been easier and cleaner. So I really do think time is of the essence here. Peeling this tape off, you know, as quickly after you apply it, is probably the right thing. And I've known that. I've always suspected that would be the case. It makes sort of logical sense. But this is just absolutely proving to me why. Pretty sure the Pink Panther is French. Although, was it actually in French originally, or is it just Inspector Clouseau? It wouldn't surprise me if the Pink Panther is just a caricature of a Frenchman. Inspector Clouseau is the detective who's after the Pink Panther, the jewel thief. And he's kind of a bumbling idiot. And I think it's quite likely that it's just a English caricature of a Frenchman. Especially the way the character is played by Peter Sellers. So I'm learning a few things as I go here. Sometimes just doing a little bit of this cutting is helpful. It does become kind of hard to see exactly where those lines are. If I had an unlimited amount of time, I would just cut all around all of these shapes, and that would help ensure that the tape would come off a little bit cleaner. Like you see, it's a little bit sloppy, not my finest work, that's for sure. And also you can see, again, that's the gaps between the tape. So, why am I using my fingernail? And I don't think this has anything to do with the quality of tape or anything either. This is just what can happen when you layer the paint like this. Typically, you know, I've done this a number of times on these, on the show here. And I'm usually painting less, usually working on one painting rather than two. See, it's hard to get those edges. So good learning experience all around. Well, I might have a little bit of green left over for a bit of touch-ups. Hmm. Well, just as I'm painting this, I just think about like the fact that I've heard people, you know, say, "Ah, if you use tape, you're cheating," and that kind of stuff, or it's lazy. I don't know, man. If you think this is being lazy, boy, oh boy. You know, if I was just painting these just by hand, yeah, it might look a little bit less clean. Maybe even a little bit sloppy in places. But even if I took my time, I would have been done a couple of hours ago, right? I mean, see, those ridges are so bizarre now. I wonder if I tried. I haven't tried picking at them yet. I feel like I got enough stuff on the go, but I think I will. And I can see two things happening. One is that they're just baked in there, and there's nothing I can do about it. I do wonder, though, there is a possibility that they could just pull off if I pull them in the right way. Well, I don't know if they would just pull off, but if I was to really take my time, I imagine I might be able to get a little scraping going on. I could kind of... Sorry, I'm not even on camera. Man, this does, you know, using tweezers to do this is a major time major time saver. I was gonna say, makes things way easier. I mean, maybe if you had long fingernails, which I don't. Molly's finally going to bed when it's like 6 in the morning over there. My goodness. Okay. So, you know, up close it's not pretty, but it's also maybe not, most people are probably not going to look at it that closely. So I think I might be able to, these little gaps of paint, if I was to be really careful, I think I might be able to scrape a little bit of that away. Well, let's just see if that's possible. There's always kind of a thing, sometimes the cure is worse than the disease, right? So this just does confirm as to why I've always layered the tape this way. This is pretty much, I would say, almost everything that could go wrong in this episode has gone wrong. But that also doesn't mean that this has been a waste of my time. In fact, probably I've learned more in this episode than I've learned in a long time, especially about using tape. I've had really good luck in the past, but this tells me sort of where, how I've gotten away with things in the past is because I've been working pretty quickly, not putting too many layers down. So I think I'm going to fidget with all of that, peeling all that extra off. That's, although I do have this green that is slowly drying. There is an incentive to try to remove as much of that as possible. My palette knife might be better. I'm supposed to be using the knife, which is that's kind of working better because this is not very sharp, so it's less likely to scrape the surface. Okay, so here's another lesson learned. Ooh, that works even better. The side of the palette knife like that. Something kind of flexible. Yeah, I think that's what it needs, is something like this. It's got a bit of a give. Getting there. I'm discovering new little things. Okay. Now this is only useful for if you've made similar mistakes as me. Got a little palette knife. Ooh, that's done wonders. Now I've got these little scratchy marks. I'll see if I can rescue that with a little bit of green. Really don't have enough green to do all of this touch up. Another reason to have made a bigger batch of that, but I mean, it's so bad that I do, you know, part of me is like, you know, rather than trying to hide it, you know, it does make me think maybe painting a stripe or something along these lines might be a better choice. But let's... I mean, I'm kind of impressed that I'm able to do anything here with this. Like, this is the thing, you know, a curator would, or a conservator would do with, like, goggles on, and so let's see, there's a little bit of, tiny bit of paint trapped inside here. be darned. Just had a little bit more paint. Oh. I gotta say, despite all odds, that looks way better. I mean, it's not perfect, but considering where it was just 25 minutes ago, that's definitely... I can live with that a lot better. Just wonder if I can wake this paint up, just the last little bits of it, with just try to activate it with a little bit of matte medium. Well, I'll be darned. So I think you can, if you look for it, you can see those lines, but if it's not really pointed out to you and you're not looking too carefully, and most people don't look too carefully at art unfortunately, or fortunately, in this instance, maybe quite fortunately, then it's, I think, okay. Okay, let's... She says, when is the next stream, tomorrow or Friday? Probably next Tuesday, which is when I normally do them. Barbara says, feels like I'm late to the party. Okay, curious as to, now, we're still missing the, War is Over, If You Want It, Love and Peace from John and Yoko. So what color do you think would work well for that? Black? White? Red? I'll probably just use a Posca pen, so blue, I suppose. Those are the colors that I have here. I'd say probably black, white, or red. I can't imagine yellow or green or maybe gray. I'll put those as my choices for that one. I'd love to hear your vote as to what color you think would work best on here. I'd say probably black or white. She says, red, Mike, red. Jeannie says, red. Chase says, do red. Okay, well, let's. I'm going to think about it for a second while I try to get this one peeled off as quickly as possible as well, so I can move on and do them both at the same time. Yeah. Okay, no, that was supposed to tear. Okay, whew. After having relative success with the last one, and come back to this one, like, oh yeah, my goodness, this one was... Forgot all the fits that this gave me. Good thing is it's... I think most of the worst fits have been had already. You know, I always say, like, paintings tend to always humble me anyway. You know, just when I feel like I've got a handle on things, I feel like paintings are there just to bring me right back down to earth and be like, oh yeah, really? Oh, you think you've kind of figured it all out, hey? And you're going to show other people you're so confident. You're going to show other people how to do it. Oh, okay, well, let's okay, why don't you just, let's see how everything unfolds there, smarty pants. And then inevitably, painting reminds me of how little I do, in fact, know. How much more I have yet to grow. And the day that I do figure it all out will probably be my last day on this planet. It's like some Twilight Zone episode. I can almost hear Rod Serling's voice there. Meet an artist who never quite feels like he's figured it out, but he is on the verge of a breakthrough. And then as soon as you get it, something terrible happens to the world. Oh, Michael. Some parts definitely come up easier than others, that's for sure. And I'm assuming those are places where... What is going on there? The paint was a little bit thinner. Pascaline says good morning. Good morning, Pascaline. Still working away on this side of the planet. Okay. So I think I want to do a little bit of touching up. Which way? Let's start with our black. There's a few places. So if you recall, much earlier on, that peeled right away and tore. So I'm just going to paint over it with black, hoping that both to kind of conceal the tear, but also hoping that maybe that might help the paint kind of glue back together again. We'll get a little bit of not bad. Cleans up pretty good. Okay. Barbara says white. several votes for red. Maybe we'll do red and white. I think that would actually probably look nice on that other one. Let's take the, just make sure it's nice and clean. Take some of my white background color that I've been saving. This is why I clump it all together before I wash my brush, just in case, for these very reasons. In fact, I'm going to blow dry that. Okay, so I'm just gonna do tiny little touch-ups here and there. You know, I'm not obsessed with perfection. It's just like, you know, if there's something I can fix and it's you know, reasonable, then why not just give it that extra little bit of love and try to make it just a little bit better, right? Like, these are things that maybe at the moment just seem so painfully obvious to me as major issues. Because my face is hovering over the surface just centimeters away. Unlikely to notice later on. Like, I think that's pretty good. Yeah, there's some of these little things where you know, so I feel way better. You know, when we look up close, yeah, we can see some problems for sure. But, you know, you look at up close at any painting, you're probably likely to see similar things where an artist was just tearing their hair out. Even a painting like the Mona Lisa. Remember, Da Vinci worked on that painting for, you know, years and years. I mean, mostly it's because of the method, the glazing techniques he was using. Just take a lot of time, but he was a perfectionist, and just wouldn't let it go. Okay, let's blow dry this, and then we'll move on to the final touches here. These two at this stage here. Still a bit to go, but we're getting there. In fact, maybe our next one should be... So we are getting pretty close to wrapping up. This is a longer one, way longer than I expected to be here. I made the mistake of doing 2 paintings in the same episode. That always kills me. But I think they're turning out pretty cool. I mean, there's been... Tell me about some of the ups and downs in this one. This one's going up and down like a roller coaster, and I say that every painting is like a roller coaster. There's always some surprises you didn't expect, but... certainly I had my fair share in this one. So we want to put the last little bit is the text at the bottom, right? So this little text, you know, war is over. If you want it, love and peace from John and Yoko. And I really love that poetic aspect, because there's an element to it that's true. You know, these artworks were created at the height of the Vietnam War. And the idea is this expression, like, if you really want this war to be over, you could end it right now. And not just talking to the President of the United States and the Senate and the Congress, etc., but to people. Like, as if people came out in the streets and protested enough, called their Congress people, their representatives in government, you know, they're ostensibly, anyway, there to fulfill the will of the people, that they could end the war. Same sort of thing the people in Russia, you know, if they were to rise up, there would be no choice but for that war to end. And so people live in fear of what the government, of the government's power, but if enough people come together, they can make massive change. So, where should we do this? I mean, that's almost... Right there, it is a little bit lower, but that's actually kind of almost perfect. Same sort of thing. So technically, that's right about there. I could put it there. Maybe I should put it where it's supposed to go. Okay, let's get a bit of carbon paper out. Now, I want to be very careful with the carbon paper. I want to avoid transferring carbon onto this white background. So okay, let's tape that down. Okay, I got tape here first. Put the tape there, and move that out of the way for a moment. So I just took one of my previous outlines. I'm going to put this under here. So I'm doing that just to try to, as much as possible, protect this surface. Perfectly straight, but that's okay. There's one down. Barbara says maybe the heat from the blower made it sticky. Possible it made the tape adhere to. I think it's mostly just it's the fact that so much. I mean, just think when you build up layers of paint, paint dries into plastic, right? Acrylic paint is plastic, and more layers make that plastic thicker. So it's like having a plastic bag. Do I have a plastic bag? Like right here. Here's a plastic bag, right? You know, if I tear a piece of paper, that piece of paper kind of tears in a relatively straight way. If I pull it apart, it's just going to tear right down the middle. But if I try tearing this piece of plastic, you know, it pulls rather than tears, right? So that's basically what I'm doing. I'm trying to tear that plastic, the plastic film that's formed along those edges. So, you know, if it's a super thin layer of plastic, well, yeah, it's gonna tear more like paper. But if it's at all thick, I'm out of luck. Okay, so what did we decide here? The shouts were for red and white, or one or the other, or maybe both. Let's see. I kind of feel like putting the red might be a little subversive, like kind of a little bit harder to read. And then we could put love and peace in white down here. Or is that, or should it be if you want it there and then red? The white is going to show up more. So technically, if the white shows up more, maybe we'd want the if you want it to be bolder, more visible. And then therefore write the red down here, which is less apparent, the love and peace from John and Yoko. However, I think I'm going to put the red up here. It's going to be for the if you want it. It's going to be less visible, perhaps. But maybe that's kind of more poetic. Let's zoom in here. Jeannie says, sounds good. Thanks. Okay. It's definitely hard to see. Maybe I should have written it in white first before I put the red over it. I mean, the red sort of looks kind of pinkish at the moment, surprisingly, and obviously it would look more. Let's think about it. Let that dry for a few moments. Do black on here. This type is much smaller than I expected it to be at this scale. Okay, this one's I've used before. Let's go over this again. I don't know, it's too late or a bad idea to touch this. Oh, no, oh, goodness gracious. Oh, goodness gracious. What have I done here? Michael. You can see how I wiped too much paint away and it's revealing yellow underneath. I think. Oh, it doesn't feel as Christmassy as I was expecting it to. I'm tempted to erase that again. Oh, that's maybe a bad idea. Should it be black or white? The red isn't working for me. I don't like the way that it's showing up on this. I mean, maybe if I did it in white, if I did both red over top of it. Maybe it should be white. Here, maybe I'm just gonna quickly blow dry. Where's my blow dry? if I was to do this painting again, I would definitely have spread that text out a little bit. It's so small. It's very hard to do at this scale. Okay, I think that's probably good enough. So, we made it to another end of another episode. It seemed to take a little bit longer than expected, but I think it turned out okay. It was a little iffy there at times, but every painting's a roller coaster ride. I'm absolutely convinced of it. So before we look at these two, just once again encourage you to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. And if you enjoyed this episode, share it with your friends, let other people know, and subscribe to the Facebook page or join the Facebook page. Upload a photograph of whatever you created today, whether it was this artwork by Yoko and John, or it was something else that you felt inspired to work on. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, as little as $1 through PayPal, the link's below, Super Chat while we're live, or send an old-fashioned check in the mail, or you want to do an e-transfer, my email's on the Facebook page and on my website. Those links are down below. Okay, so how do they stack up side by side? There's the original iconic artwork, and let's start with the black and white version here. And then there's my version. All right, maybe zoom out just a tad there. What's going on with that camera? Let's tilt that a little bit. Okay, so there's that. Let's definitely has a bit more of a handmade quality to it. As much as I tried to use the tape to get a little bit of a more precise look, it still looks, especially this text down here, a little bit sloppy. But it's also been almost 7 hours since I started streaming here without a break, so my brain's a little fried. Let's zoom in. And it almost seems kind of silly to do this, but we can kind of compare them, but we can at least see kind of what worked and what didn't here. Some of it's not perfect, right? Trying to do the tape here, there's been areas where the paint kind of tore and peeled apart. But considering the problems I had, if you were watching like a couple of hours ago and you're like, oh, this one's not going well, it's actually surprising how well it ultimately did turn out, because it was sort of, on the ropes there for a while. So in that respect, being able to kind of pull this one out of the fire is encouraging. Does it mean it's perfect? No, but it's also not a disaster. I mean, at no point was I really thinking about giving up, but there were times where I was like, ugh, I don't know, I mean, this one, I guess, is, we'll just chalk it up to learning experience. But, at the end here, it feels kind of like it's not so bad after all. I mean, just that, these little things that I'm sure probably most people will never notice, never pay that close attention to. I've been looking at it, for, it's like 30 centimeters, a foot away from my nose for the past 6 hours. It's, of course I'm going to see those things, and they're going to be just seemingly, insurmountable issues. I mean, I think you should be able to also see that the color here is that cream color is different than the white that that is in the original poster billboard. And I kind of, again, I like that. It just has something a little bit quirky, almost unidentifiably, like you can't put your finger on it, different. Let's maybe start zoomed in here on this one, and then we'll back out. So here's the gold and green version based on your suggestions. Maybe not everyone was, I don't think anybody wanted me to use white here, and maybe that was for good reason, but I tried the red, it just didn't work. And so let's kind of, maybe they'll just... Doing that circle shape is pretty tricky. And I just realized I bought a cutting tool on sale a few months ago that was perfect for that, and I just realized it's I didn't use it today. I didn't even think to use it. I just forgot I even had it. Too many art supplies. Jeannie says sushi. Yeah, I don't know. I think the sushi restaurant's closed by this time. Another day. I put it off my sushi. A little bit jagged here on the W. That's unfortunate. We'll chalk it up to the effects of war. Maybe it is. Can we come up with an explanation that explains that away? It says that it's a poetic meditation on the side effects of war, how it affects every aspect of human society and culture, including attempts to use tape in a painting. I think so. I mean, maybe that white does seem almost a little bit too much. Like perhaps if it was black would also seem pretty bold. I think red could have worked, although even just like a gold color probably would work well. But that's for a future painting. Let's look at these two side by side. I just got to get it perfectly lined up, right? Yeah, I mean, not bad. Not bad for an evening's work. Okay, thank you so much for joining me, for sticking around for so long. Some of you watched this whole episode. That's crazy. Barbara says, if I was doing this painting, I'd give it a rest and go get another cup of tea. That sounds like a great idea. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll see you again in a future episode. I think probably next Tuesday, because I got so much grading I got to do until then. Have a wonderful evening, good or morning, like Pascaline. We'll see you again in the future. And I think just like Yoko said here, war is over. If you want it, it could be. Could very well be over. Have a great night, everybody.